Oh, I have to gavel.
Yeah, come on, man.
All right. I'm going to call to order the special Timnath Town Council meeting. Caitlin, will you please take roll?
Mayor Robert Axmacher is absent tonight. Mayor Pro Tem Luke Wagner.
Here.
Councilmember Jeremy Holt.
Here.
Councilmember Bill Jenkins.
Here.
And Councilmember Dennis Strakota.
Here.
All right. For this 5:30 session tonight, we have just an executive session. This is an executive session pursuant Thank you, guys. Appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
Okay. And do I just adjourn the executive session now? So
You
we are-
adjourn the special meeting now.
Oh, yep, I guess I'm going to adjourn the special meeting. Let's take what, should we return at 6:08? Take a 5-minute break, and we'll get started. Let's call to the order the Timnath Landing General Improvement District Board meeting, 6:08. And then will you please do the call to order and the roll call?
Chair Robert Axmacher is absent tonight. Vice Chair Luke Wagner.
Here.
Director Jeremy Holt.
Here.
Director Bill Jenkins.
Here.
And Director Dennis Chakota.
Here.
Board members, do we have any amendments to the agenda? Public comment. I do not see any. Do we have any public comment or anybody signed up for public comment? Check here. All right. Oh. All right. Yeah, do you want to step up to the podium for public comment? Come on up. Please state your name and your residence. Oh, sorry, just, ma'am, I just want to verify this is.
GID though? No, this is just a general
Are you Miss,
comment. Okay.
oh, sorry, are you Miss, yeah. Okay, so we'll save the public comment, Ms. Erickson, for the general town council meeting. All right, so no public comment. All right, tonight we have one item on our consent agenda, which is the approval of the December 9th, 2025 Timnath Landing GID board meeting minutes, which is 4A. Council, do I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, aye, sorry. Motion approved. All right. We have regular business tonight. One item on the agenda, which is resolution, item 5A, resolution number GID 01, Series 2026, a resolution accepting the 2025 GID audit performed by the Adams Group LLC, presented by Abby Irvine. Ms. Irvine.
Thanks. Thanks, Luke. Thanks, members of council. My name's Abby Irvine. For those of you who haven't met me, I'm the accounting manager for the town. I'm here to present or discuss the audit report for the GID. We also have our auditor, Eric Miller, here. They perform, from the Adams Group, they perform the audit of both the GID and the town audit. The audit report was included in the packet. There was really not a lot of activity within the GID this year. Just a few transactions to cover kind of normal operating expenses, no real changes to the financial condition of the GID. The auditor has issued an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements. And again, we have Eric Miller here. He'll talk about the audit opinion and the governance letter that was included in the packet. And then I'm happy to answer any questions over the audit report itself if there are any.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Good evening, I'm Eric Miller with the Adams Group. As Abby just mentioned, she kind of covered everything that I had for the GID. There's not a lot of activity, as you've probably seen throughout the financial statements. For 2025, unmodified, clean opinion. Very limited activity, couple transactions for the expenses, then the general fund for the town reimburses the GID for those transactions. One of the report outs is our governance communication. Anything related to difficulties with the audit, disagreements with management, we'd be required to communicate those out to the board. For 2025, no difficulties, no disagreements with management. Any adjusting journal entries, any what we call uncorrected misstatements. I live in a world of materiality, so if we fall into this level of gray, we don't have to correct it, but we have to report out that there's something there that's what we consider uncorrected. No items related to corrected or uncorrected misstatements. I do think it's important to point out, as part of the unmodified or clean opinion, management is responsible for the financial statements. Our responsibility really is just providing that opinion in all material respects. So for 2025, clean, unmodified opinion in all material respects for the General Improvement District.
Thank you. Well, thank you for coming and being here tonight. I know it's a drive for you to get up here. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, one question I always like to ask, and assuming from your opinion and what you put together, there was no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies out of this report?
No, not for the GID. Internal controls, we do testing over invoices, over cash disbursements, looking at check signing, looking at invoice approvals. Everything we looked at from a standpoint of that testing had the approvals, followed the procedures that were outlined by the town. So nothing came of, nothing of note to report out.
Thank you. All right, council, do I have a motion to approve resolution number GID 01, Series 2026, a resolution accepting the 2025 GID audit performed by the Adams Group LLC?
So moved. Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against? All right, motion approves 4-0. All right, we will adjourn our Timnath Landing General Improvement District Board meeting. All right, we'll call to order the regular Timnath Town Council meeting. Caitlin, will you do the roll call, please? Thank you. Sorry, Caitlin.
Mayor Robert Axmacher is absent tonight. Mayor Pro Tem Luke Wagner.
Here.
Councilmember Jeremy Holt.
Here.
Councilmember Bill Jenkins.
Here.
Councilmember Dennis Strakota.
Here.
All right. So I think we have an amendment to the agenda tonight. Do we call that out here, Carolyn, with the ordinance number 11, Series 2026, or do we just wait until that comes up, which is 8E? Do we wait here, or excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yes, so there's a staff recommendation to continue items 8E, you are correct,
Okay.
which is the second reading of the ordinance approving a disconnection of property. There were some questions raised on first reading, and due to staff vacation scheduling, we wanted to just make sure we had the right people answering those questions. So the one change would be to continue that public hearing until August 11th, 2026. That can be done now as a motion to amend the agenda, or you can do it either way, or you can do it as part of it.
Okay. Yeah, can I get a motion to amend the agenda so that we can continue to August 11th, 2026? Did I do that right, Carolyn?
That's correct for that item, for the public hearing for item 8E.
On 8?
Yeah.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Awesome. Let's move on to presentations. We've got item 3A, the Poudre Fire Authority ballot initiative. Thank you guys for coming tonight.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, members of the Town Council. Thank you for allowing us to speak with you today. My name is Patty Forsyth. I'm the Finance Division Director of Poudre Fire Authority, and I'm joined by Sean McGaffin. He's the Division Chief of Fire Prevention and Community Risk Reduction. To provide a little history of Poudre Fire Authority, it was established in 1981 through an intergovernment agreement between the Poudre Valley Fire Protection District and the City of Fort Collins. And to this day, PFA is funded through an IGA of the two parent organizations. We are here tonight to share impacts of the district is seeing with House Bill 24B 1001 and the consequences of the legislation has on our fire district. It is important to emphasize that our board has not made a final decision on any specific path forward, and is purely here to share information and hear the community partners. I want to stress that this is not an increase in taxes, not a sales tax, or an increase in the district mill levy rate. Ensuring the future of fire emergency services, we are entering a critical period where recent statewide legislation has created a significant need to discuss our revenue stability and the new 5.25% revenue cap. Impact on fire emergency services. PFA provides an all-risk, all-hazard emergency response model. We provide essential emergency services for over 230 square miles, serving over 213,000 people. 42,000 of that are in the district, and over $58 billion in value of property protected. In 2008, the district voters approved a measure to retain the revenue based on declining residential assessment rates. That was approved. Although the district voters approved that measure, new legislation limits our previously approved ballot measure. Removing the cap, again, does not increase taxes. Operational cost, while revenue is capped at 5.25, the district's operational costs continue to increase at a much faster rate. Operation costs have increased approximately 10.6% from 2022, and even more so when we look at our recent fuel cost. Average fuel cost was $9,000, and now it is doubled to over $19,000. Historical context of funding. As our region faces increased wildfire risk, our personnel must be equipped and trained for these demanding environments. This will allow the district continue to meeting the community's needs until the opposition of the new 5.25 cap.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks again for letting us come in and have this presentation. It's good to see some of you all again. For those that I don't know, again, my name is Sean McGaffin. I'm the Fire Marshal with Poudre Fire Authority. So I've been in this role with PFA for about 4 years. I've been with PFA for 26 years. So why I come to help out with these is I'm bringing just more of the reality side of it. She has the mathematical, she does all of the highly intellective stuff, and I just come in and tell you how expensive everything costs. Right now, inflation's going up, as you heard what she had said. We look at things differently in the world of fire departments because we have to run by NFPA standards. So there are things like our fire hose that we don't get an option. We have to replace it every 10 years. That's a lot of fire hose that has to be replaced. Same with our SCBAs, things such as that. Our fire trucks right now are on a 12-year lifespan. So every 12 years, we have to replace a truck with a new one. Mostly because it begins to cost more money to keep the truck than it is to just replace the truck. But also, if you think about 12 years ago, where technology's been in the last 12 years, and that's what we're always trying to do with staying up and above with everything. Same with SCBA's medical equipment. Our academy cost for having firefighters in academy is extremely expensive. Everything from just outfitting them to actual annual salaries. We do have 12 in academy right now that do graduate in September. We do a hiring list every 2 years, and we hire once a year for each year for predicting the next year's turnover rate. So that's how that works for us. So just another example, rising cost of a fire engine. So you can see that in 2021, we bought a truck for $819,000. The one that we ordered in 2024 was $1.3 million. We currently have 2 trucks that are on order. We've paid for those up front ahead of time in order to try to stop some of the inflation before it gets here. When we buy a truck, it takes 2 to 3 years in order for a truck to get built and spec'd out to us. So when we're buying a truck in 2025, you can only imagine what that costs in 2028 if you stayed on the same trajectory that we're right now. Some of our stations cost, some of the things about our stations, our average station is 32 years old. Station 2 was our oldest station, built in 1960. Station 4, you can see up here, was built in 2010. That's at the corner of Drake and Overland. Drake and Timberline, no, I'm sorry, Drake and Taft. Drake and Taft. And it cost 3.3 million for that station. It's a very big station. It's a dual company house, so it covers both a rescue and a engine. So that means there's always 8 people at work on duty at that house. Then you go to Station 7, which we built 15 years later, 10.5 million for that station. It's about half the size of the other station. It only houses 4 at a time. It's out of LaPorte. Things that we do with our stations is we try to make the station look like the community that it's residing in. So, right, we're not going to go put a big bubble building in the middle of a commercial complex, nor are we going to put a giant commercial building in the middle of somebody's residential neighborhood. So we try to blend in as much as possible. Things that we gave up on this house in order to make it to the 10.5 is we have half the amount of bays that we originally wanted. We had to shrink some of the amenities, such as the weight room is a little smaller. Some of the living quarters are a little bit smaller. All things that we had to do just to adjust to get down to the price of 10.5. So it is a beautiful station. If anybody's ever in LaPorte, you should go and visit it.
So the proposed solution, the district formed an ad hoc committee to evaluate the impacts of its constituents and the options that were available. The committee evaluated imposing a sales tax, an increase to the mill levy, both which would raise taxes, or removing the cap to stabilize property tax. Although the board is considering all options, the removing of the cap appeared to be less of an impact to the taxpayers. This reaffirms the partnership and shared mission of protecting our community. So again, I just want to reiterate that approving the waiver is not an increase in tax. It just basically allows the district to retain the revenue the voters previously approved back in 2018. The potential impacts if the cap is waived. Thank you. Better support to the community. It is not a blank check. The district would retain the revenue that the voters approved previously. And you want to talk about staffing?
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit on this one as well. Kind of just to blend in, again, cost of things. You have to look at this and you look at the town of Timnath and the growth and the projected growth of this area. With that comes a higher demand for emergency services, and with that comes more fire stations and more fire trucks in our world. So we have to start looking at Station 15 and where are we going to place that and what is the biggest bang for its buck and what area needs it the most. Right now, that would cover most of Timnath's north side of the stations, or I'm sorry, of the district, because we have Station 8 right here next door, and we put one down off of Mulberry and I-25, which would cover the other half coming into Timnath. So again, things that we have to be forecasting for 10 years in the future, as well as Station 18 is one that we're looking at, and then the rebuild of whatever stations we can. We currently have Station 5 off of Harmony that is in desperate need of a rebuild. It is a very expensive station, and it's going to be a full scrape and rebuild of that station, so we're working through the dynamics of what that's going to look like right now. Just to continue on some of the things that are costing things, threat to wildfire preparedness. As you all know, the wildfire risks are going up. They have been going up for years. Some of the things that also play into this is now we have the Colorado Resiliency Code, which means now we have to enforce, which means it's going to cost money to actually enforce the state law that was brought in. We're okay with that. It's healthy for us. It's better. It's going to help protect the community, but it costs money as well. Also, things that we do with that is all of the HIZAs, which is where we're going out and we're actually spending time with HOAs, walking them around, explaining to them what grasses they can and can't have, what trees they can and can't have. Again, just another full-time employee position that we never had before, but now we need to. So. Yeah, so with our frontline apparatus, you guys hear us talking about fire engines all the time and fire trucks. Engines carry water, trucks have the aerial apparatus. They're the ones that are the big ones that are out there. We have 3 different types. We have a ladder, we have a platform, and then we have a rescue, and then we have our engines. What people don't realize is what we have for brush trucks, or boats, like we have boat 8 next door here for Timnath Reservoir. That takes a truck to pull the boat. Then you have the brush trucks, then you have the tenders, and it goes on and on and on. Then you look at our 40-hour staff, and that we have to have emergency services so that I can come in and backfill the system. There's no delay in response for anybody else. So a a lot of apparatus that have a lot of turnover. So just another example of where the money all goes.
So it could be, so the additional revenue that we would be allowed to retain if the district board puts a measure this November would be to update our firehouses, maintain our minimum front line, extend some of our front line because of how expensive it is, and then also the top priority of our response times to our residents.
That's Tender 11, so that station is Station 11 up in the mountains. That was a full remodel of that station here in the last 2 years. So really proud of that station. It's a volunteer station. So both that and Station 9 are in the district, and both are volunteer stations.
So typical house is about, a typical house pays approximately $36.25 a month. A household receives full-scale protection from a nationally recognized fire authority. And here you can see some of the reduced budget impacts because of this piece of legislation. It's not only the cap, but we've had exemptions of different amounts to residential property. And again, the district budgets off of residential rooftops. It doesn't get the use and sales tax, and that would have to go to the voters. We have limited ability for the district to be able to do that. And Poudre Fire Authority also is not a taxing entity. We have to go to our parents, the district, or the city to do any type of funding option. And here's scaled with projections out to 2031. So, you can see here that as the residential assessment rate could possibly change, the impacts with the revenue cap in place that we're looking at potentially $4.6 million by 2031 of revenue that we're not able to retain.
All right, that's pretty much all we have on slides. We'd love to take any questions that anybody has. And before we get going with questions, there is well, you can't really see the scan because of the clock, but we really encourage people to try to jump on this and then go ahead and give us some feedback, ask your questions, give us some commentary so that we have something to work with as well, because we want to hear everybody's voices on things.
Gotcha.
Please scan on that, but we will answer questions.
Yeah, if you could go back several slides, your first one with the 26-27 impact.
There you go, thanks.
One more. Yeah, right there. So if I'm reading this correct, what you're talking about for an average house of 600,000 currently in 2026, the taxes dedicated to fire are $435. That would decrease by $3. So if you were to go forward with the proposal and it's passed, the impact would be $3 for a house of 600,000 in value, correct?
Correct.
Pretty minimal.
Yes, sir. And just as a reminder, this is not to even introduce higher taxes. It just
Right. It's, yeah.
I have a couple questions, maybe just blunt questions. What is the wants, needs, desire of putting this in place? I mean, obviously, you guys are not wanting, being able to use, those funds. Who's putting it in place to try to cap this so the funds are limited?
Yes, sir. So if I understand your question, this was legislation that was imposed that we have to comply. So in order to remove it, the legislation specifically says that we have to go to the voters to remove the cap. And we just want to return it to back what it was in 2028. So this
2008, right?
I'm sorry, 2018.
18, okay.
2018.
So that was my other question is, so voters already agreed to this
That's correct.
in 2018, and then somebody came in and said, we're going to put the cap, state legislator came in and said, we're going to put the cap back on.
That's
right?
correct.
And you're not asking, so where is that money going to go? So the state's trying to redirect it somewhere else as opposed to you guys, correct?
Well, it would have to be, if we can't retain it, we couldn't certify to that level, and so it would just go to the property owners. What we're asking is, because we have these increased costs, at least
Sure.
allow us to retain what our local constituents allowed us to do.
Yeah.
There is legislation that was proposed in this recent session that wanted to lower it to 4%.
Got it.
So,
So reality, right? We're not going to stop growing,
correct.
right? Houses are going to continue being built, and if we don't remove the cap, you're going backwards and we're going forward.
Correct.
So that means lives, that means response time, that means lack of facilities, that means I don't see any good by not removing the cap. Just my personal opinion, but
I think you're 100% correct, and I think you hit it really well. The one I would add is insurance rates. All of a sudden, our response
Damn
times
insurance
are,
people.
yeah, if our insurance rates are going to all go up if our response times are longer, if we don't have.
We'll pay
kids
for
in
it
the
one way
area.
or another.
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So this all is coming to us, to the average voter in November, yes?
Well, our board is still kind of doing this public outreach and education to inform our constituents of what is happening. Staff if they make a decision in August, they have to stop this type of communication due to legislative things with elections. And as of today, I don't think we have a community group that is going to, of step forward.
Yeah, I have a question for Carolyn. If their board does decide to go to the voters with this proposal, would we be allowed to have a resolution in support of it?
Yes, you would. You're subject to the same Fair Campaign Practices Act that she was just alluding to, but it has a specific exception that it allows you to do a resolution in support or opposition to any ballot issue.
Right. Okay, great. Well, you'll have my support.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for everything you guys do.
Sorry, Dennis, did you have
Oh,
questions?
just one brief comment. Yes, I had the pleasure of attending Citizens Academy, where we got a full view of your operations. I was very impressed. I worked for 2 cities with fire departments, and you guys match or beat them just in terms of performance. So I appreciate greatly what you do, and am fully in support of this measure. The one question I did have was with regard to, are you issuing certificates of participation for your purchase of fire trucks and facility improvements?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, and I think it's an important one that we have once, because of how we budget and our conservative approach on not impacting too much to our taxpayers, we have once gone out for lease financing for Station 4, which was one of the examples there, and now, because we cannot keep up, we are now faced at doing that for a scrape and rebuild of Station 5. So we are going to have to look at those alternatives, paying interest on those certificates of participation. We've tried to avoid, but we just cannot continue to pay as we are.
Yeah. No, and I think it's actually a good idea, because what it does is future users, future residents are having to pay for that station rather than current residents
That's correct.
only. So thank you.
I have a question and a comment. So how long have you guys been doing your outreach now? And that's my first question, so.
I believe the board started talking about forming ad hoc committees January. Our actual public outreach has started middle May.
Okay, yeah. I went to your guys' website once I saw this on our council packet, and I would just encourage all residents to go out and check it out, because I know you guys have done surveys now, and you can kind of see the feedback on it. So I think it's great. I think what you're doing now is very beneficial. So I think there's a lot of great language in there, a lot of understanding. So I really appreciate that you guys are starting the outreach now. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We're now moving to public comment. So public comment is an opportunity for the public to speak on any of the items not, that do not have public comment during our agenda items. Just so everybody's aware, we do have several items that do have public hearings tonight. So that's all the agenda items in 8 tonight. So can come up and speak to those. So we have 2 items that do not have public comment tonight, 7A and 7B. But I do have one person signed up tonight for public comment, and is it Miss Erickson? Is that correct? Erickson, Ingrid Erickson? Welcome.
My name is Ingrid Erickson. I live at White Snow Court in Wild Wing. I wish to share my concerns about the maintenance of Wild Wing Park. The park is a beautiful addition to Timnath's recreational options. The playing fields at Wild Wing Park are in excellent shape. However, many of the landscaped areas around the park are choked with weeds. In some areas, bindweed is taking over or has taken over the planted perennials. Bindweed is also spreading along the sidewalks within the park. Thistle, an aggressive, noxious weed requiring active control per the state of Colorado, is also growing within the landscaped areas. Within the parking lot along Colorado Boulevard, there are small fenced-in areas with trees. These are also choked with weeds. The weeds have reached a size that cannot easily be removed without damaging the invaded plants, and chemical treatment cannot be easily applied to only the weeds. Left unchecked, these weeds will go on to seed and spread through the park and the adjacent neighborhood. All of the weeds in the landscaped areas result in an unkept, undesirable appearance for Wild Wing Park. Before considering another park for Timnath, please consider having an adequate budget for the supplies and staffing necessary for the appropriate maintenance of Timnath's current parks. I have several questions regarding the maintenance of Wild Wing Park. Were or are adequate amounts of money budgeted to maintain the landscaped areas at Wild Wing Park? Is there sufficient staff necessary to maintain the landscaped areas of Wild Wing Park? Is there a plan to deal with the weed issue at Wild Wing Park? Will chemical sprays be used to control the weeds, as was done last year? Spraying leaves ugly yellow clumps that are not removed. There are also concerns about spraying landscaped areas that are near grassy areas that are used by people and pets. Will there be a plan in place for the 2027 regular maintenance in landscaped areas of Wild Wing Park so that the weeds are not allowed to get out of control? I look forward to any information that you have regarding the issues with the maintenance of Wild Wing Park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments tonight, and we do have the comments that you submitted along with the photos. I know we have our Director of Parks and Recreation here tonight along with our community team, so we'll make sure this gets passed along. Is there anyone else that would like to do public comment at this time? So we will move on to item 4, which is the consent agenda, which consists of 2 items. The approval of the July 14th, 2026 Town Council meeting minutes, 5A and 5B, resolution number 44, series 2026, the consideration of the resolution granting temporary and permanent easements for the Cobb Lake Water Transmission Project. I think we have an update to the consent agenda tonight. Go ahead, Caroline. Do we need to make a motion to remove 5B from the consent agenda? Okay. Do I have a motion to remove 5B from the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second, please?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, passed. So we will move 5B. Do we just move that, Carolyn, to regular business? Is that, or do before?
That's correct. That will
Okay.
be the
Bef-
first item under 7.
7, thank you. All All right, so we have removed 5B from our consent agenda. Now the consent agenda just is the approval of the July 14th, 2026 Town Council meeting minutes. I have a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're going to move on to staff reports. We'll start with 6A, the mayor and council reports. Councilman Strakota, do you want to start tonight?
Sure. So last week, I held my first council chat at the Presbyterian Church in Old Town, and we had a turnout of 8 people, including a couple members of our Plan Commission who grilled me on a number of things. And it was a good mix of people in terms of either long-term residents or people who had recently moved here. As you can imagine, being in Old Town, we had a number of questions about the future of downtown revitalization. Some concerns raised about biking safety, especially along Prospect, where there's commercial development construction taking place at the overpass, and then some conversation about wouldn't it be great if we at some point we could have the trail that now currently goes through our neighborhoods, the Poudre Trail, actually follow the river. So there were some good questions, good conversation, and I certainly appreciated the opportunity to host that, and for the church as well to provide the facilities in one of our key neighborhoods. Thank you.
Councilmember Holt.
So since this is the last council meeting beforehand, we have another movie night coming up. I know those are a big hit on August 7th.
Yep.
Mistaken. So come on out, attend those. Those are great. And I think I'm probably going to bring this up until there's a fix, so it might be to eternity. But I'm going to continue to bring up the necessity of our electric scooters, electric bikes, which I think the more we bring it up, the more they become a problem. I see why our Parks and Rec team gets frustrated with continuous damage to our parks. I had the pleasure of attending my 5-year-old's T-ball party at the park, Timnath Park, and there was 8 kids on electric scooters on the rubber, 2 of them doing high-speed wheelies. Pretty entertaining to watch, but not when there's 5-year-olds running around. And all I can think of is parents are willing and knowingly letting their children go out on these machines. They're buying them high-powered machines at expensive cost, and people are getting hurt. And it's not going to stop until we as a community make it known that there's a time and a place, and our parks and our middle of our streets and common areas are not the place to do it. And I just hope it doesn't take a severe injury of one of our residents in order for people to wake up. So please take action if you can, because I know they're fun to ride, but they're not fun when somebody gets injured while doing so. That's it.
Thanks, Jeremy. Bill?
Yeah, so I actually hosted the previous movie night at the community park. It was a big turnout. Yeah, Cars. Yeah, it was, the 20th anniversary of Cars. So, yeah, it was a great turnout, really pleasant night. So that was a lot of fun for folks. So hopefully it'll be fun on August 7th as well for the last one. And that's all I have.
I know staff's been working real hard on the budget, so is that coming up on the 11th, Aaron, where we have our first work session on the budget, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So getting excited. I probably one of the only people that gets really excited about the budget, so we've got our first. Oh, I guess we're all excited, and Dennis as well, yeah, we're getting
That
excited for
is
the
a
budget.
that is a public meeting as
It's a-
well,
yeah,
so
it's-
any resident is welcome to attend, though they
Correct.
can't comment.
Yeah, so it's a work session we'll be having, so welcome the public to come and view that work session. Do miss the mayor tonight, he is in Spain, so maybe he's joining us live tonight. Yeah, to grade me on my mayor pro tem work tonight. Just want to give a shout out to the mayor. But, you know, I just want to call out to Jeremy's point tonight. I know staff is working hard on that. I know I spoke with the chief about this as well. It's very hard. This is, I'm hearing it across communities. Bill and I talk about these electric bikes, these electric motorcycles, at least once a week. And every community is dealing with it, and there are tragedies happening in other communities. So I hope that we don't have a tragedy in our community, and I think we just need to take greater responsibility. So I think if we can get our parents to talk to our kids, watch out for our kids, it'll be a better thing for all of us. So thanks for bringing that up, Jeremy. All right, let's move on to the staff reports. Finance Department, Lisa.
I do have one question. So I noted that in the detail on the general fund revenue that, both building materials use and motor vehicle sales were down considerably. And understandably, in terms of what's going on in the economy, that would occur. But were there any surprises there that you can tell? I mean, I'm assuming that you had budgeted for lower numbers, or maybe it was just consistent with the prior year?
Yes, we did project that downturn in building materials use tax. You can see that we are at 50.4% of our budget through May. So it's actually exceeding what we had budgeted, even though it's down from the prior year. Motor vehicles tax is trending down, and I didn't anticipate that. So that's something we're monitoring.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Lisa? Thank you, Lisa. Parks and Rec, Director Cassell, any updates? Go ahead.
Oh, just one comment. I appreciate you're working with our communications person to get up information on the rec center. I think that's valuable. If we can have, I know for some reason I always look on a website, I look at the home page. So unless I'm subscribing to your Timnath, I don't see it. So maybe if there's a link that we can have on that home page to your Timnath, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
And Tom, I think was it the fall recreation that came out in the mail a week or two ago? Yep. Encourage everybody to sign up. I know our signups have continued to increase, so I appreciate you sending out that mailer. I thought it was great. Yeah. Police Department, Chief Scott, any updates? Thank you, Chief Scott. Public Works, Director Stone.
To continue that trend, I don't have anything unless you have any questions.
How's Pulse doing?
Yeah, if you look, we're about 80%. We're in Wild Wing, and pretty shortly we'll be in the subdivisions, probably north of that. So it's going really well. So there was one, I can't remember which site, but they were falling a little bit behind, but they ended up doing another piece of equipment to kind of catch up. So yeah, everything's going well.
Yeah, I have one quick question. Are we on track with the new roundabout?
Oh, are you talking about the Bus Grove
Yes.
roundabout?
Yeah. I
Yes.
see I see a thumbs up. So we're on schedule. That's, I know the contract says December 31st, but I thought I read end of November is the anticipated
Actually,
completion.
Kim's here, so I'll let her give kind of the update on that.
Great, thank you, because I know it's of interest to a number of folks.
All right. We just kicked off the project and they're underway, so they're moving dirt pretty quick. They are encountering the delightful soft soil. We did budget for that for the project, so we'll just see how much we encounter and hopefully we can come up with some good measures. As far as the overall project schedule, we're still attempting to be complete by November. However, that being said, landscaping does not like to be planted in the end of the year, as well as top lifts of asphalt plants. So the project, while the road will be open and the bulk of it will be complete, we'll probably be doing those final two things in the spring of the following year once they open. So yes, on track.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Any other questions, council? Thank you. All right, we'll move to regular business now. So we moved resolution number 44, series 2026, consideration of resolution granting temporary and permanent easements of the Cobb Lake water transmission to our regular business. Carolyn.
Thank you. We were notified by the Cobb Lake Water Authority that they were interested in acquiring easements over this property for their Cobb Lake water transmission property. And they kind of went through a process that would allow them, if they needed to even condemn the property. So going through a very standard acquisition process that started with a notification that they intended to acquire the property. They then appraised the property and made us an offer based on that appraisal. And that was reviewed by staff, who found that that offer was reasonable. At this point, we are presenting you with a proposal to enter into those easement agreements. And if we can move forward one slide. Okay, so we're talking about the CAM property, what we're referring to as the CAM North and the CAM South property. The north property is outlined in pink. The south property is right below that. They're on north and south of Highway 14. And the offer for CAM North was $37,113. And you can see it's for a temporary construction easement as well as a permanent construction easement along the west side of that property. And then for, oh no, I lost my slide. There it is. CAM South, same thing. A property, easements in this case along the west and south side of the properties, resulting in an offer of $69,202. The reason why we moved this off consent agenda is it was pointed out to us by Mayor Pro Tem Wagner that there was a typo in the CAM North easements where it referred to the parcel ID of the CAM South easements. So we're just going to correct that parcel ID numbers. They basically, Cobb Lake attached the correct exhibits, but attached them both to the CAM South property documents. So what you have in your packet is correct in terms of the legal descriptions and these maps of the easements that match what's in your property, but what will actually be attached to the resolution and signed will be the corrected version of the CAM North easement. Other than that, the easements are substantially the same, and we did negotiate some changes to those easement agreements. I reviewed them, and I'm comfortable with the form of the easement agreements. So you have a staff recommendation of approval.
Council, any questions for Carolyn?
Yeah, we're all aware that KM North and South is up for sale, though contracts have not been signed. Would this impact the sale in any way?
The town has listed the properties for sale, and they would be sold subject to these easements. So it would not impact that, should not impact that sale.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any other questions, council? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve resolution number 44, series 2026? Consideration of resolution granting temporary and permanent easements of the Cobb Lake Water Transmission Project.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
4-0, and we will move to item 7A, resolution number 45, series 2026, a resolution approving the amended and restated Kechter Road and Main Street right-of-way and bridge improvement and reimbursement agreement. Kim?
All right, good evening, council members. Just one slide for you this evening summarizing the road reimbursement agreement. This agreement replaces the original agreement in 2024. It still maintains all the original framework, most of the words. There's an edited copy in your packet. The improvements for Kechter, Main Street, Poudre Road Bridge, stormwater improvements, and traffic signals all still remain the same. What it does do is add the interim and ultimate Harmony Road and Whitesell Street improvements that were recommended as a part of the traffic impact study completed by Ladera. So this agreement, it's the reason why we amended and restated it, because it's easier to keep it all together instead of having it in pieces. The interim improvements include design, microsurfacing, extension of the eastbound right turn lane in all the way to I-25, as well as expanding Harmony Road to 6 lanes. We would be using the existing pavement and adding dual left turns. This would go from I-25 all the way to County Road 5. The town would be required to partner on this project. The impact was determined as a part of the traffic impact study as a part of that calculation. Additionally, this also secures us around $1.5 million from the developer for an ultimate improvement based on their traffic impact as a finding of the traffic impact study. That contribution would be provided in December of 2035, which is when their traffic impact would take place. Also, there's minor updates to the 0.5% of the transportation public improvement pay sequence, and we removed the separate 15% reserve. And establishes reimbursement and delinquent payment procedures. So just some minor cleanup items. Additionally, they just documented some of the projects that have already been completed to date, like the traffic signal on Kechter and County Road 5. Questions?
Dennis?
Do you have a map of the affected area?
For the Harmony and Whitesell Street improvements? Not with me. It was included in the previous submittals.
So, I mean, this is right adjacent to the Ladera development.
It's Harmony Road from I-25 all the way to County Road 5.
So my question,
Well, go ahead.
my question is timing-wise, funding comes 2035, construction happens when?
So there's 2 different projects at play. The interim project will be completed by the developer and the town would reimburse. That project would be completed before school starts next year. Our portion would be budgeted as a part of the CIP project, and more information on that can be forthcoming. The second project for the ultimate, that project is yet to be determined. Essentially, it's done by a cost per vehicle share, not to get into the details. As a part of the Harmony Road study, we're kind of figuring out long-term what that whole area looks like. This would contribute to a portion of that project based on the developer share.
So what is the major change here from the prior agreement?
Just adding in the Harmony Road and the Whitesell Street. The original agreement didn't account for any of the traffic impact at Harmony Road and Whitesell Street. So when they came in with additional traffic, we required them to add in their proportionate share at that intersection.
Okay.
I do have a question. So there's a portion that the town's going to work on County Road 5, correct?
Correct.
As part of that, I know there's the issue just west on Kechter before the bridge over I-25 that doesn't have adequate pavement on the side. I guess it was overlooked when they put when CDOT put the bridge in. And I know from previous discussions with Director Stone that there was a capital improvement plan to add that bike lane that's missing. It's maybe a couple 100 feet. It's also where there was a fatality a number of years ago, a bicycle fatality there. Is that going to be part of this?
That is a part of the original agreement. So Ladera has a project in the list of sequence of projects in the original agreement that was agreed to in 2024 to widen out Kechter. So that project will happen, or that improvement would happen with that project.
Do we have a timing on that or a proposed timing?
According to the original 2024 agreement, they have up to 10 years to complete that.
From 2024?
Correct. So currently that's looking to be around in 2025. We did work with them to try to see if there was like different opportunities, but the complexities in that area were due to the floodplain,
Right.
Pretty extensive floodplain improvements and stormwater. We looked at trying to do it before them.
Got it. So there's more than just adding pavement to the side there, unfortunately.
Larimer
It's more
County and
compli-
everybody might be kind of grumpy with us if we did it.
Yeah, okay, got it. Thank you.
I just want to make sure, I was kind of going back through this, and I just want to make sure I have an understanding of who's responsible as we approach budget season, as we go through, and we're looking at our future capital improvement plan as we look at this agreement. The bridge is the town. Reading through this, North Main Street, town, Kechter, Main Street Signal, the town. The interim signal, which is pretty much complete, was the BID. The Kechter Road improvements is the BID. South Main Street improvement, BID. And the interim Harmony Wetzel Street improvements, that was the BID as well. Did I break that down correctly? Okay. I just want to make sure as we approach budget season, as we look for this, that sounds relatively correct. I know it's a lot.
So we are budgeting in budget season for our contribution. So while some of these are Ladera's projects that they lead, we will still budget in our budget for our contributions to those projects in the years that we anticipate.
Correct. Okay.
So we have those included in our CIP budget, and all of those were included in previous years that we were contributing. And then the only one additional that we're adding this year would be the Harmony and Road and Weitzel Street intersection improvements.
Thank you.
Which we had some funds called develop and reimbursement last year that we were going to shuffle.
Okay. And there was no change in this agreement for how the reimbursement process was changed. So like I was looking at it, the portion of the town's reimbursement is placed behind the BID developer. That wasn't changed in this agreement either, so that's not a change.
Correct.
Okay. And then, last question, can you explain to me, like, sorry, this is something I just don't know. So there's town commencement dates that are potentially 20 to 25 years away. Can you explain that to me and what that means?
So in the original agreement, my understanding was the town wanted to give itself some time to be able to complete these projects. So that's why those commencement dates are further out, just in case it just to give itself room to be able to complete its share of the projects when it wanted to.
Okay.
However, that being said, some of the improvements, while we can do them, are still tied to other things.
So that's not necessarily, that's just giving us the runway.
It gives us the runway, but there's still other considerations about when projects need to be completed.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Council, any other questions? do I have a motion to approve 7A, resolution number, resolution number 45, series 2026, a resolution approving the amended and restated Hector Road, Main Street right-of-way, and bridge improvement and reimbursement agreement?
So moved.
Second.
I'll second it.
Any comments?
No, I appreciate the thoroughness of this. I mean, also appreciate the traffic study, I think on Ladera's part in coming forth with the information, providing the need for this, and the collaboration with the town. I know some of this seems way far out in the future, but Kim, as you presented, other things dictate the quickness that we might need these to be done too. So I see a need now for some of it, and in the near future, and in the far down the road for a lot of this too. So this is good to be brought to the attention, and I'm glad the funding is sorted accordingly.
Yeah, no, I'm certain that staff did, a good job with updating this. I was not on council when this was first came forward. And I just don't feel comfortable, given that I don't know enough about it. I'm going to abstain.
Dennis? Bill, any comments?
No, I trust the staff on this.
Yeah. Gosh, what a big thing, and that we're working through tonight. And what I appreciate the most is I appreciate our partners in our community working with us on this, and I appreciate the hard work staff does. If you look at the size of this project, the County Road 5 that we're talking about, the bridge, the signals out there, this is the details that need to happen for this project to continue forward. So I appreciate everything that went into it. I appreciate our partners in our community willing to work with us to hammer out the details. I'm sure it wasn't easy. Probably took many hours and many phone calls. So I'm thankful. I'm going to support this tonight and vote in favor. All right. All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those against say nay. And Dennis, you're abstained.
Yes.
3-0 with Councilman Strakota abstained. All right, we've got resolution number 46, series 2026, a resolution accepting the 2025 audit performed by the Adams Group. Ms. Irvine.
Thank you. All right, so now we have another audit report to go through. This one's significantly larger than the GID. It's the 2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the town. Just a reminder, the town is required to have an annual audit performed. Deadlines, there are deadlines included with this audit, so it does need to be filed with the state of Colorado by July 31st, so we are right up against that deadline. We will be getting that filed on time this year. Last year we did have to get an extension for it. It is also filed with the GFOA for the Financial Reporting Award. So just a quick summary of what's included in the ACFR, as we like to call it. This is significantly larger than the GID audit report. It includes additional information. There's the letter of transmittal, management discussion analysis, which is really the highlights of the financial information for 2025. If there's ever anything I suggest reading within the big report, I suggest reading this. This is summarizes the year, it's comparative, so it includes the current year's information plus the prior year, and just gives a high-level overview of the year and some financial highlights. There's also additional financial schedules and footnotes. Of course, the audit opinions, so all the pages in the report are needed and necessary. The auditor provides the audit opinion over those financial statements, and Eric will speak here again on that audit report. There's a couple sets of financial statements, government-wide and fund statements, some budget schedules and some other schedules that are required to be included in the statistical section, which is a 10-year historical schedules that summarize trends over time. So just a couple highlights, financial highlights. I'm not going to go through the report in detail, but two of the key statements within the report is a statement of net position. This is essentially the town's balance sheet, summarizes assets, liabilities, and net position. Net position being the residual assets minus liabilities and what's left over. So the town's net position at the end of 2025 was $103 million. There was an increase in net position of 9.2 million, so that was a 10% increase over 2024. An increase in net position is always a useful financial indicator of financial strength or financial position, and so as that's increasing, that's a positive movement. That's a good indicator to watch. Total assets of the town at the end of 2025 was around 163 million. A good majority of that is capital assets, as you would expect. We talked about some capital projects. Those are summarized in footnotes 5, 6, and 7. So there's tables in there that summarize the activity. Capital assets are required to be disclosed. It's not just capital assets, it includes leases, and it also includes subscription assets. Those were required to be brought into the financial statements a couple of years ago, and so you'll find tables and notes that describe those in more detail. Total liabilities for the town ended at 47 million. Of that number, there's 38 million in long-term debt. So just a reminder, that includes the town, the TDA, and the GID. That is summarized in footnote 8. In addition, the town participates in the para pension, and so we're required to report our portion of the net pension and the OPEB. OPEB stands for other post-employment benefits. That liability is captured on the books of the financial statements, summarized in footnote 11. The statement of activities, this is essentially the statement that summarizes revenue and expense for the year. So revenues in total were around 43 million. That was a $1.5 million increase over 2024, about 4%. We did see, and again, this is going back to 2025. I know we're getting ready to talk about the 2027 budget, so it's hard to look back when we're getting ready to look forward. But there were increases in impact fees and in permits, sales and use tax, and the tax increment financing taxes that came in. So there was increases there. Our investment earnings did go down. That's just reflective of the rate environment and what rates have been doing over the last couple of years. Total expenses for the year came in about 34 million, so less than revenue. That's how you saw an increase in net position. Revenue exceeded expenses. It was a $5.2 million increase over 2024. That was an 18% increase. A lot of this is driven by capital projects and what we're spending on those. A big driver of that last year was the Pulse Broadband project. Just a couple key highlights. So really not a lot of changes in the report this year. This was covered at the Finance Committee meeting, which we had just about a month ago or earlier this month. We talked about it in detail. One of the new changes, which should feel pretty familiar, is because you all get the monthly financial reports, is the new funds. This was the first year that the new funds were reflected in the audit report. So if you were comparing it to 2024, that is a new or different change. The town does participate in the GFOA Financial Reporting Award. So this report will be submitted. We have received the award the last couple of years and do expect to get the reward for the third year. We didn't every year when we submit. They do provide us comments. There were very few comments this year regarding the 2024 report that we corrected for the 2025 award. That obtaining the award, that usually takes some time, so we won't know if we get their award. Typically, it could be 6 months, it could be early next year before we receive word from the GFOA. And the GFOA is the Government Finance Officers Association. Eric Miller with the Adams Group, they were the audit firm, so I will invite him back up here to talk about the audit opinion and governance letter. It's very similar to what he discussed with the GID.
Should have started the last one with this, but I'd like to thank Abby and Lisa for all their help getting us to this point. They make our lives easy with the number of requests that we have throughout the course of the audit. So thank you to both of them. Like we kind of started with the last time, clean, unmodified opinion for the town for 2025. Same situation, the financial statements, responsibility of management. Our responsibility is to provide an opinion in all material respects. I do think it's important to point out that I didn't earlier is one of the things that we do is to identify and assess certain areas for material risk, if you want to call it that. So we view different categories in silos, cash and investments, capital assets, and then based on that risk profile that we deem, we apply different tests, different procedures. So every year we might look at things a little bit differently in assessing how to test certain balances. And so through those tests, that's how we get to determining whether everything is materially correct. The governance communication, very similar, no disagreements, no difficulties with management. You will see in this governance letter a big section related to estimates, net pension liability, net OPEB liability that Abby mentioned. In our world, that's considered one big estimate. We rely on actuary reports that are provided by PARA, and through those reports, we look at the numbers, we assess that yes, they are materially correct, but we do rely on those third-party reports. And so we call those estimates within your financial statements. And while the liability might fluctuate from year to year, where the town's going to see the impact is the change in contribution rate from year to year. As PARA tries to dig themselves out of the liability hole, they're increasing the contribution rates. So as you hire new employees over the course of the next 3, 4, 5 years, you're going to be paying more in benefits for those employees. That's where you're going to see the impact. Last year, we had a compliance opinion. If you related to federal awards, this year there is no such opinion. All we have is the financial state opinion. There was no spending of federal money that got over the threshold of $1 million this year, so you will not see that within this year's report. And with that, I will open it up to comments, questions.
Any questions? Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, and this may be for Lisa. This question was asked at the audit committee. So you issue a management letter in addition to the audit report. Is that something that has been finalized to date?
Everything has been finalized to date. Yep, our report date was July 7th. So everything has been finalized and provided to Lisa and Abby.
Okay. And so were there any material weaknesses or significant concerns in that management letter?
No, there was nothing of note. One of our responsibilities or one of our things that we do is to gain an understanding of internal control. And again, we look at invoices, we look at purchase orders, we look at cash disbursements. Now with the new system, everything really is electronic. And through the timestamps, we're able to look at it from an IT perspective of how that flow works. And so through all of those procedures, nothing came of note that the procedures or the policies or the controls are not being followed.
Okay. And I assume that the council will receive a copy of that at some point, the management letter? Okay. The other thing, I'm very pleased in terms of the clean opinion and the information provided. And having worked for the Government Finance Officers Association myself on their staff, I know that they do a pretty thorough job in terms of determining whether or not it qualifies. The one thing, I'm wondering whether or not in the future we might be able to provide some financial ratios. There might have been a reference to one or two in a management discussion analysis. Is that something that's appropriate for that section of the report or in a statistical section?
I think the statistical section is probably the place to go if you want a long-term perspective, as that has the 10-year financial information. The management discussion and analysis is really just going to be the one-year look back to really kind of that current perspective of 24 to 25. So if you kind of want that broad range or 10-year look back, then it's probably the statistical section is where you'd want to go.
Okay, thank you.
The governance letter is in the packet as an attachment. The management letter is what the town signs that certifies that we prepared the financial statements, but the governance letter is covered in here.
Okay, thank you.
Eric, I saw that there was a 73,500 SBITA adjustment. I think that was in there. Did I read that correctly?
So what that is that's one of those uncorrected misstatements where in just talking with Lisa and Abby, there was an agreement that last year wasn't recorded just from a standpoint of looking at the agreement, kind of, okay, we can expense this. And then this year in talking with them, they said, no, we want to record it. And so just recording it, we didn't have to do any restatement of the beginning balances, but just getting it on the books just kind of results in one of those items where, hey, in the current year, in order to get it within your financial statements, it just overstates a certain balance. And so we don't have to correct it. We just have to report out that it's one of those uncorrected items or that level of gray for 2025.
Were those the new to 2025?
They were in place during 2024.
Okay, that's
They
right.
were just, they weren't recorded last year, and then through talking with them this year, they said, hey, let's get them on the books just so that they're there and we can track them.
Okay, perfect. That was my only question. Any other questions, council? All right. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions for Lisa or staff? Do I have a motion to approve resolution number 46, series 2026, a resolution accepting the 2025 audit performed by the Adams Group?
So move.
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
No, just again to repeat, receiving the certificate of achievement from GFOA is a pretty significant event, especially given the size of our staff and the amount of work that went into converting to a new financial system, which always slows the process down and being able to produce these reports in a timely manner.
Yeah, I'll just echo. I mean, spending a couple years in the finance committee and seeing the work that goes into this, back-to-back years of awards and hopefully 3 in a row just shows the testament to what our staff does and the attention to detail. Eric, thanks for sharing kind of more of the personal side of how pleasant our staff is to work with, how lack of confrontational and just how direct and forthcoming they are. That just shows the transparency that we're looking for as a council, which is great. And obviously when the numbers work and the awards come in, it means we're doing the right stuff. So kudos to everybody involved.
Yeah, I guess my comment would be, I think it's really great that the new system allows a faster look into the financials, which was noted by the auditor as well, which is pretty impressive given what it takes to convert from the old system to the new system. So congratulations on that success.
I want to thank the Finance Committee. So I know they went through this and they gave feedback and they were sat through a meeting and reviewed all the information. So thank you to the Finance Committee. And I know we've got some members out here in the audience. So thank you for your hard work on that. Lisa, staff, thank you. It takes a lot. An audit is not easy. You go through it every year. You continue to do great work. So thank you so much. You know, if there's residents out there and you get excited by the budget, my second favorite document is the audit. And if you go to that last pages, which is the statistical information, it's really great. It goes back and it tracks so much stuff. It goes back to a lot of the information that you can look back and really take a look of how we've been trending for, is it 10 years, Lisa? It's in this. You can look at all our net positions. You can look at how we've been doing. So it's a really great document. So really encourage residents go and read the audit. And at least if you don't read the entire audit, go back and look at the stats. So I think it's great that we put this out there, and I hope the GFOA really likes the work we do. So I'm impressed. So I will be voting in favor of it. All right. All those in favor of resolution number 46, series 2026, a resolution of accepting the 2025 audit performed by the Adams Group, say aye.
Aye.
We are moving now on to the public hearings. We are on 8A, resolution number 47, series 2026, a resolution approving the first replat of the Ladera South subdivision. Mr.
Good evening.
Jones. Thank you.
So as you said, the first item is resolution number 47, the replat of the final plat of Ladera subdivision. And just to give you a little context, the area in the aqua color is the boundaries of what was originally platted as the Ladera South subdivision. This was approved earlier this year, and we'll get to a few of the details as to why we're back in front of you. But it is, we just kind of go through our process, and then we'll get into some of the specifics. Subdivisions, whether it is the original approval of a final plat or whether it is a replat of a final plat, goes through the same process. And so we are basically doing a redo of the final plat hearing on just the items really that are changing. We're not revisiting any of the items that they're not proposing to change. We're just kind of honing in on the items that will be changing. Just to kind of give you a little background from how we got where we are on the approvals up to now. Ladera South, a sketch plan was approved by Town Council last year on February 25th of 2025, and then the final plat that we are now replatting a portion of was approved in March this year, March 24th of 2026. This requires Planning Commission recommendation and Town Council approval. It went to Planning Commission and basically last week, and now we're back in front of you at Council to kind of make the final decision. Just kind of go over some of the broad brush items that we typically inform you about. The comprehensive plan shows this whole Ladera area as employment and regional commercial. In that designation, the appropriate zone district that is the regional commercial zone district. And as you probably are fully aware, there's a planned development overlay within Ladera that came before you last year again for the latest amendment. So there's some specifics that apply there on the zoning. none of that's proposed to be changed in this. Just to kind of give a refresher on the sketch plan that was approved in 2025, there are 10 planning areas within Ladera South subdivision, and there's a variety of land uses that that were approved as part of that sketch plan. There's 10, like these 10 planning areas that you see, basically PA 1 through PA 10, and then it also shows a few of the areas that are from the previous filing. Just to kind of reiterate, we're going to be talking tonight not only about Ladera South replat, but some of the other areas within Ladera South, or excuse me, within Ladera second filing and third filing, kind of north of there. So when you look at some of the original uses that were always intended for Ladera, it's kind of useful to come back to this sketch plan and see how there's a big variety of uses, including commercial and retail and variety of residential, and it's a pretty mixed use sort of configuration. So you get a lot of variety in the uses, including some of the uses that we'll be talking about later tonight. The crux of why we're talking about this particular replat is when the original plat was recorded, lots 4, 5, 6, and 7 on the left, that's the existing platted condition. They didn't have a user in mind. The lots were just basically for sale, and since then they've found a user that wants basically all 4 of those. Lots 8 and 9 are now being combined, and the kind of the dividing line between what was lots 6 and 7 sort of shifted around a little bit. But in essence, it's because we now have 2 users where we once were, hypothetically going to have 6 users. So we're basically combining lots and just doing some slight adjustments to easements and lot lines. So I'm just going to breeze through. We can come back to these if we need to, but there's 4 pages of the actual plat document, and this is the crux of what's being changed. It's just the plat, which dedicates access easements and utility easements as well as lot lines differently from what was originally platted. And with that, I think this is a fairly straightforward and non-controversial sort of a change. And staff recommends approval of this replat of the final plat of Ladera South subdivision, subject to our typical standard condition, which would allow staff to work with the applicant to address the minor substantive modifications of the drawings between now and the finalization of the signed documents.
Troy, do we have an applicant presentation tonight or anything? Awesome, thank you.
Good evening. Kirsten Starman here representing Connell LLC and the Ladera team. We were about 80% through our final plat when these lots and users started to become more formal. We decided for a myriad of reasons to continue with that final plat process, knowing that we'd be coming back in with a replat. And with that, I'd just like to thank Troy and staff for the communication and the coordination to get to this public hearing so quickly after our submittal. If there's any questions, we're happy to answer those.
Yeah, a couple quick questions. Just logistically, I would assume going from 6 down to 2, obviously bigger operations, probably a better effect on traffic flow, parking, things like that versus 6 different individual businesses and trying to accommodate those?
Yes, definitely.
I mean, overall, it doesn't look like the shape. I mean, it's the same configuration, just two larger entities versus, I mean, would this reduce the amount of potential streets and/or roadways throughout the subdivision?
We're actually pleased with how this lot configuration works out because that you'll see the access roads off of Hector and off of Weitzel become a little easier to manage and clear. So
Yeah.
yeah, we're just proposing those two. They will be public access easements similar to the other roadways we've done. But yeah, it does simplify that roadway network.
That was my thoughts as well, but yeah, I appreciate it.
So can you say what uses you're talking about? What businesses or types of businesses?
Yeah, we have a senior living facility, and then a fitness center.
And can you go back to the slide before that?
This one, or
No.
do you want the?
No, the one with the, right there.
Yeah, okay.
So on this map, where are those parcels?
So this would be PA 10 and PA 9.
Okay. And those, combination of those lots were, there weren't any non-business uses in the original plat?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
So just to kind of give you a little background, the senior living residential use is a conditional use that will come before you for a decision on its use. There's three other conditional uses coming before you in Ladera tonight, and this one will have to come through you before they can get their final or their site plan approval.
Okay. So you said senior, and what was the other business?
Fitness center.
Fitness center.
And that, I don't believe is a conditional use. That is.
It is not.
Yeah, and just to give you a little background, and we'll get into this a little bit more with the other three proposals in Ladera that I'll be going through with you tonight as well. But conditional uses in the regional commercial zone district are pretty common. Quite a few of the commercial uses are conditional uses, and what that really does is just gives the council an opportunity to not just blanket approve the use, but to say, if, you know, even though these uses are allowed, here are some parameters that we want to make sure that we feel are important, that are accommodated when we give you this use. So that, and we'll get into that in a lot more detail here in the next couple projects.
Okay. And so this fitness center is not going to compete with the rec center in terms of clientele or potential membership?
I don't know the answer to that question. I would suspect that maybe it does, but I don't know that that's necessarily our purview to compete or not compete with this. But yeah, my guess is that I suppose it would.
No, I understand that, but I think the issue is whether or not would it cut down memberships for the rec center and effectively draw away fee revenue.
I don't know.
Yeah, so right now you're just looking at the criteria for the subdivision, not for the
understand.
conditional
Right,
use.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question.
Good question.
For peace of mind, I think it's two completely different demographics.
You have additional questions, Dennis?
No.
Bill, do you have any questions?
No, I think it makes sense.
So now we need to go into public comment. Perfect. All right, I don't have anybody signed up. Would there be anybody who'd like to come up and make a public comment? Close public comment. So any questions, additional? I don't have any questions for staff or the applicant. Thank you for coming and speaking. Appreciate it. So we've got resolution, do I have a motion to approve resolution number 47, series 2026, a resolution approving the first replat of Ladera South subdivision?
So moved.
Have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great they have a couple of businesses that want to utilize those two properties, and the fact that you're consolidating from 6 down to 2, I think is a good thing. So look forward to what's next. I don't have a problem with this at all.
I'm almost the exact same thing. I mean, I think that was my thought. I know the fitness center's been on that radar for a long period of time. I mean, although we want a ton of things there, I just think it makes sense to have the right things there as well. I like the easier maintenance. I like the better traffic flow, especially in that corner. It helps all parties out. And actually, I think it fills a void too in that senior living center, if that's what ended up going there too, with our diversification of housing as well. So checks all the boxes for me.
Yeah, I think those uses in, the combining of the plats makes a lot of sense, and it's compatible with the rest of the development.
I'm going to be voting in favor of this tonight based on what we looked at, that, the proposed final plat conforms to the preliminary final plat, and that, these continue to meet our Lucas standards. So I will be voting in favor of it. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. 4-0. We will now move on to resolution number 48, series 2026, a resolution to approve the conditional use permit for Take 5 oil change.
Okay, so before we move into resolution 47, 48, and 49, they all are the same type of request, and I just want to go over, they're all conditional use reviews. I just wanted to go over just kind of a refresher of what is conditional use review, where did it come from, and what rules within the code do we look at when we review these, just to kind of give you the broad sense of what we should be looking for, and then we'll go into each individual project. But we've got basically 3 sections in the land use code that we really need to hone in on for a conditional use review. And as a reminder, this is not the approval of the project or the site plan or the elevations. They're providing us conceptual site plans and landscape plans and elevations to demonstrate enough information to review the criteria that we review conditional use reviews against. So kind of the 3 areas of the code that we hone in on in order to analyze these conditional use reviews is this section 2.8.8, which goes through the whole process of a conditional use review, and it has overall review criteria that we analyze all conditional use review applications against, regardless of the use. Okay, and then we look at table 4.3 to determine whether or not a use is a conditional use that we need to use this process for. And then we go into section 4.4, and that lists specific conditions that council might consider for that particular use, different from, for example, a car wash is different from a vehicle minor repair as far as those specific ones. And we'll get into that here briefly. Again, our process chart, conditional use reviews require planning commission recommendation, but they ultimately our town council decisions. They require the standard posted notice, mailed notice, published notice. We've done all of that as required leading up to this. But I just wanted to kind of go through a couple of things, and I've got a little background photo of the area we're talking about, but this is the first of those three parts of the land use code that I referred to a second ago. Section 2.8.8 is the process. Within that process of a conditional use review, we have specific conditional use review criteria that the code lays out, and we can come back to this, but in more detail, and we will on each project. But overall, I just wanted to kind of point out there is a process that has very specific conditional use criteria, no matter what use that you're proposing that qualifies as such, right? The next one is in the table of uses. When you look at table 4.3, all of the uses within the land use code that are allowed, you kind of go through and you see which uses are triggering a conditional use versus a permitted use without conditions versus a permitted use with conditions. And so that's a little bit confusing, the difference between a permitted use with conditions or a conditional use, but basically it's a staff does the decision making at a permitted with conditions, whereas if it's the C with a conditional use, town council makes that decision with planning commission's recommendation. Just one little typo I just noticed, we're talking about tonight motor vehicle repair, minor, and I put major on there, but it is actually also a C when you look at minor, just as a point of clarification. So both major or minor would have been the same review process. The next piece of the land use code that we're going to look at is when the actual conditions for each use, right? And so the lead up to when there's a whole list of 47, or I think we're up to 48 different conditional uses that we go through, and this section 4.4 is how it leads into that, and the highlighted area is something to keep in consideration. The conditions for uses are listed in terms of if it's permitted with conditions, right? And that's why there's section 4.4 items 1 through 47. But then it has this phrase that says the town council may also use these criteria in granting conditional use requests. So that's why we're going to be looking at the specific uses within 4.4 or the criteria within 4.4. And so we have a car wash in front of us tonight, and we'll get to the details of this when we get to the car wash request. But then there's a different one for motor vehicle repair that's lumped in also with rental and sale, vehicle rental and sales, and including recreational vehicles, right? So when we get to that, the motor vehicle repair is the portion of these conditions that we're looking at, and quite a few of these are over-encompassing on some of the sales and rentals, and which they're not proposing. And I'll go through that on each proposal briefly, but just to kind of give you the overall process and code implications. We have 3 different sites that we're looking at here, and they're all in very close proximity with each other. The 2 on the right are part of the Ladera second filing, and the one on the left is part of the Ladera third filing. That's everything south of here is the Ladera South, which we just did the replat for. We're going to be talking about Christian Brothers Automotive, Take 5 Oil Change, and the Express Car Wash Auto Spa, all in close proximity of each other. We can come back to this slide if we need to. But first, the first of the 3 is this resolution number 48 for Take 5 Oil Change conditional use approval. got the site plan here we can come back to if we want, but I think the landscape plan maybe gives us a little more information to go off of. There's basically a business that has, and the applicant will have a chance to present as well. Basically, the cars pull through, the people stay in the vehicle, they get their oil service while they remain in the vehicle. Their national average of the time that they do for an oil change, I think, is under 10 minutes. And so that there's not people like getting out and parking. They're just waiting in a queue, stay in their vehicle, and then they leave. So that's the reason there isn't very much parking on this particular site, because there's not very many reasons for the customers to get out of their vehicles. So most of it is either stacking or just circulation, getting in and out of the site. The building elevations, we've gone through they call it Ladera has what they call a Development Review Committee, a DRC, and both myself and Chad Kemper are invited whenever they have one of these DRC meetings with potential applicants, and be part of the conversation as they go through. So they originally proposed some elevations that we had some feedback on, and so this has been gone through several rounds of sort of iterations. And this is not an approved elevation as far as the town's concerned. It's gone through the Ladera's internal design review committee approval, and then it still is subject to approvals as part of the site plan. So this is a concept. Just to remind you, so we can look at the review criteria specific to the use of the vehicle use. So we've got this, we've got the overall criteria, and then we've got the specific use criteria. And staff report kind of goes through each one of these item by item, but I just kind of wanted to hone in on a couple of them that we thought were the most relevant to our review. If you look over on the left, we've got the overall conditional review criteria that applies to every type of conditional use application. It's really the item B that we hone in on, and it's gives council a kind of a some discretion. It's really kind of honing in on, are there any adverse effects on the health, safety, and welfare of any of the surrounding properties that would be more intense than uses that you would otherwise see that don't require conditional use approval. And when looking at that, there's kind of three things to look at. The building itself and the height and the type of the building. There's the landscaping and screening, and then there's anything in the comprehensive plan that talks about compatibility that this is not achieving. And then the other significant one is this item E that is on here, and that there's no significant traffic issues being created. And so we looked at this together with Public Works. So the planning department really kind of honed in on the landscaping and screening element of these criteria, and the Public Works really kind of honed in on the traffic issues. We have two conditions with this application that we're suggesting staff to impose, and we'll get to that. But the first one is related to landscape screening, and the second one is related to traffic. And those are the overall conditions. So over on the right, then we go through these specific use criteria, and like I said a few minutes ago, motor vehicle repairs sort of lumped in with auto sales and auto rental and RV sales, and so quite a few of these items are not applicable. But I think the main one is whether or not the site is located within 200 feet of any lot that's containing a legal residential use, or if it's residentially zoned. Right? And so neither of those are the case. Currently, the RC zone does allow residential, but it's not a residential zone. If you look at our land use table, it's listed under the commercial zones. Just so residential is sort of a secondary use, but there are no residential properties developed as such within 200 feet. So that's really kind of that piece of the puzzle. All of the other items within this really kind of speak to situations that they're not proposing to do. So I can gloss over those, but if you want to come back to them, we can certainly dig into them. So with that, I just want to go over our two conditions. We're recommending approval, but we have two conditions that we would like to recommend that you impose. First one, and I want to is on the landscape plan. I will go back to this for the drawing here. I didn't mention this when we were talking about this originally. So we know on the site. So north being up, the site to the east of here, directly across the private access drive, is proposed to be a daycare. Between the two uses, one of the criteria, as I mentioned, is there adequate screening between uses that require a conditional use and uses that don't require conditional use within the zone district. So really what we're hoping to accomplish with this condition is we're saying we would like the condition to beef up the landscaping on this east side within view of what this future daycare center site will be to the east. And we think that will satisfy the language of that criteria, that there's no adverse effects on other uses that are allowed in the zone district without a conditional approval.
Troy, do you mind pulling up the map that shows the actual lots? And
Yeah.
That one. There we go.
Yeah.
The proposed daycare facility that you're talking about is, what lot would that be? Can you just?
So it's both. So to the right of the purple, the right purple ones, there's two lots. One ending in 005 and the one ending in 007.
Mm-hmm.
We currently actually have a administrative plat to combine those two lots.
Okay.
Which is under review right now, and it should be fairly quick and easy. They're not proposing to change any easements or utilities. It's really just erasing the lot line between the two, but it's those two lots combined that would be the daycare.
I'm assuming you have the same recommendation for Christian Brothers, the lot above that as well, on the landscape?
Right. The screening is the same condition. So both of these will staff is recommending the same two conditions.
Thank you.
So, whoops. Yes. Let me just. So with that, yeah, the staff. I have a staff recommendation of those two conditions that we talked about. Wait, let me talk about the other one, and then I'll give the applicant a chance to speak. The second condition is that that we're proposing is from Public Works, and it's really just to make sure that they are consistent with the master transportation impact study for Ladera when they get to site plan review in looking at the peak AM and PM trips, but not only that, but also the total daily trips, making sure they're consistent with and compliant with what's the expectations are of the master transportation study of the Ladera. That the applicant does have a presentation.
Thank you.
there's a button you got to press on the microphone. There's a clicker up there.
Thank you.
Advance the slides if you'd like.
Many people say I don't need a microphone. So, thank you for that. Do I need to repeat? We good? Thank you. Take 5 Oil Change is an upscale drive-through only oil change service center owned by Driven Brands with over 1,000 locations across the country. We're kind of new to this area. Stores average 30 to 50 customers per day. And with that, that results in a very, very low traffic impact study, which we can talk about and we'll see in our traffic impact analysis, which we obviously agreed to do. Probably much less than any other use that could go on that 1 acre parcel. It's a very low impact use. We use industry leading, clean, efficient operations with modern environmental protections. Unlike some of our competition, we don't use underground pits or underground storage areas. A little bit about Claycon Development, our team. Proposed operator, the franchisee currently operates over 35 Take 5 centers in South Carolina. I pushed the button. South Carolina and in Colorado. We've got over 10 other locations we're looking at here in the greater Denver metro area that are underway now. Our team was the 2023 Driven Brands National Franchisee of the Year for Take 5, and we're consistently known as a top 10 operator, again, over 1,000 operators across the country, and we're very proud of that. That's based on our operational excellence, our growth, and our staffing, which is really critical to our success in every store that we operate in. Our principles, our development principles, have over 50 years. I've not got quite 50 years of real estate development experience in over 20 states across the country. We're very glad to be working with Galloway, who also is serving as the master development consultant in civil engineering, surveying, landscape architecture, and entitlements consulting. As Troy mentioned, there are 2 basic conditions that we've certainly agreed to adhere to, being the landscaping to the east, and there was a section to the north along Wetzel too that we'll add some additional landscaping to for screening. We talked about the traffic impact analysis. That should be pretty simple to cover with our very, very limited transportation. And with the adverse effects, we brought this up with Planning Commission, and I thought it was important to bring back up again. This particular site, can we go to the site plan, Troy? Yeah. Landscape plan. This is an acre parcel, and our building is only approximately 1,800, a little under 1,800 square feet, with a very, very small footprint on this site. Our impervious area is very, very small for the site, so arguably we have probably a lesser impact or adverse impact on a piece of property than any other user might use or might have. The aesthetics of the area, as we mentioned, with our architectural treatments, we've got great architects, and we're working with Ladera DRC, and we'll certainly work with staff to be very architecturally compatible with the rest of the development. So with that, we are very excited to be here and be a good corporate citizen to Ladera and the town of Timnath, and I'm happy to answer any questions I can for you. Thank you again for being gracious enough to hear us tonight.
Appreciate your presentation. Aaron, do we do public comment then, or public comment next? Okay, awesome. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment? So questions. Bill, I'll start down here for any questions.
Yeah, your footprint on acre property is actually pretty small. So the area to the north there, is that a big grassy area?
Well, we're not allowed to plant grasses, so it'll be
that's
natural.
right.
Yeah, natural.
So what is that going to be?
It'll be natural prairie grass or whatever we need to have up there. But we don't have anything planned as additional impervious or additional development for that parcel. It just happens that this acre parcel was available, and
yeah,
we need to take it.
Pretty significant. Yeah, I mean, I think oil change is actually a good use, and it sounds like you guys have reasonable standards in terms of handling the toxic oil that comes out of there. Are you required, I'm just curious, are you required to take oil that, that somebody would bring in if they change their oil themselves? I know like AutoZone and those places are required to do that.
Honestly, don't know. That's more of an operational issue, but
Yeah.
we can certainly find out for you. I know that's prevalent in some other oil change places do for a fee. But I think from the way we operate, it's drive-through only. I think it'd be very rare if someone brought that
Right.
in to drop off. We're based on efficiency and speed, customer service.
Well, 10 minutes for an oil change is pretty good.
Actually, 9.2 is the national average.
I said under
They
10.
tell me. Yeah.
I didn't remember the actual
that's-
number of it.
That's pretty good. Anyways, no, I think it's very reasonable use, and I appreciate the flexibility on the landscaping. Hopefully, those will be good-sized trees to start with, so we don't have to wait 15 years for them to grow up.
Dennis?
Yeah, Troy, can you go back to the map again in terms of its location?
This one?
Right.
Or, yeah.
So
It's the south of the two purple on the right.
okay, and so where's the location of the proposed residential development?
Well, there is no proposed residential. Oh, you mean the senior living?
No, I'm talking about the.
Are you saying the date?
the
Okay,
apartments.
so yeah, on the sketch plan, well, let me go to the sketch plan. That's probably the best way to illustrate the answer to your question. So PA6 is multifamily dwelling, the multifamily dwelling area that's designated on the sketch plan. So this site is in the tan that is right above PA5, right along Whitesell. Well, it doesn't currently, it's not developed as residential and it's not zoned residential, so I'm not sure. I didn't measure it. That's a good question. I don't know if it is.
So you're saying this is in PA6?
No, PA6 is where the residential is designated to be in the future
Okay.
within the RC zone district. The site is in the tan area along Whitesell, just north of PA5. I believe it's more than 200 feet. It looks like it to me, but the PA6 from there. But again, that let's see. Well, down below, yeah, there's sort of, it's cut off a little bit, but you can see 0, 100, 200, and so it sure looks like it's more than 200 feet to PA6 from this site. Yeah. However, that's, yeah, the way that that condition is worded, it's either existing residential developed or residentially zoned property.
So did you consider a condition for architectural design, signage?
So signage is a different permit. We looked at the architecture and conceptually, and wasn't overly tall. And I can go to those slides really quick. It's a one-story building as far as height goes. I don't think height's an issue. The bigger question really is, we'll see all three of these. We've got a little cluster of automotive kind of type businesses all together that have an automotive look and character to them, and there, there's really nothing in the criteria that says that's not appropriate. So our analysis is that as far as architecture and the building goes, the fact that they're automotive uses is really not something that would make us say that they don't comply with that.
Okay, couple questions. Troy, I'll start with you. You mentioned something that said, when it comes to the design standards, similar to what Dennis was just saying, that Ladera has their committee, design review committee, and that you guys obviously are allowed to go to that, but as it sits, it meets Ladera's, but it doesn't meet the town's. What do you mean by that?
Well, I didn't say that it doesn't. I said the decision as to whether or not it does
Oh, I got you.
is part of the future process of site plan review.
Got it, okay. I mean, to me, it looks, honestly, it looks similar to Les Schwab and other ones that are of like in the area. And I know it's not zoned that way. I have a slight concern if it meets with 30 to 50, the hours that you have. I know I'm a huge proponent of respite care. They do have overnight stay for some of their participants there too. Is there any potential issue because respite care allows overnight stay for some of their participants? Is there any type of residential zoning? Because that would
Right, I certainly thought about that, and I looked closely at the land use code. It's like, what is respite care considered? And it's not considered residential because of the care that they have, and so it's like an institutional category within our. I think we've got 5 or 6 categories of uses. It's not a residential in the residential category. So in my analysis, I thought, well, okay, again, that sort of goes back to our condition of screening with the closer one is going to be right between the respite care and that private drive, which is that future daycare.
Okay.
So I'm thinking the screening that gets is further away from respite care.
And then and again, these three are coming before the daycare, right? I mean, obviously, we were thinking long-term here, but if you go back to the main map, can you show me where they'll be pulling in, and maybe the applicant, Grant, maybe if you want to chime in here, go back one more to the main.
Those three? Yeah.
All three of them being come and go type automotive. If the daycare does go in those 2 lots, where are we pulling in to the actual auto sites versus are we sharing the same drive and roadway with the daycare and their parking lot? That could be a little touchy in the morning. I mean, have we considered?
So there'll actually be a common drive.
Okay.
That will connect from Vista del Pico, which is the road to the south, and Luna Vista Drive, which is the road to the north. So there will be a common access drive.
Okay.
And then each lot will have their ingress and egress from that drive.
Okay. So they're all coming in the same street and then making their turns.
Correct.
And you can see that on this drawing. So Vista del Pico on the south goes to that private access, and that private access continues up to the other street. I forget its name on the north. But all of the drives from both the daycare and Christian Brothers and this will all be off of the private access. So Weitzel's to the left, right? Yeah, let me go back to this. So the line, but the 2 purple lots, the line on the right-hand side is where that private access drive is. Right, they could come from the north or the south, because that private access drive will allow you, to go between both of those those existing streets.
Back one slide, I'm sorry. Okay, here, and then so they're kind of queuing because they're going through the proposed building, right? 'Cause they're staying in their cars. And where is the daycare? Can you show me with your mouse where the daycare is?
The mouse doesn't work very well, but
Oh.
see on the right, the private, where it says private access?
Yeah, it's across the street, basically.
Directly to the right of where it says private
Okay,
access.
thank you. That's helpful. Sorry to interrupt,
Sorry,
Joe.
no, you're thinking the same thing. Okay. And Justin, maybe Public Works, it sounds like you guys were involved on the traffic aspect of this. Seems like limited amount of cars, but you're comfortable with that main area being shared for that many businesses, knowing that there's a daycare with potentially kids outside?
Yeah, so we'll look at that at the next stage, and part of the traffic study, we'll look at the volumes of the traffic, but even private streets, I think in this one, we try to meet most of the standards. I know it's commercial, you do have some variances, but I think we met most of the regular town standards even for a public street too.
Troy, would you mind putting back up the squares, the four
The
squares?
which one?
The 4 squares.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Temp and members of council. Grant Nelson.
This one?
This one. There you go. Thank you, Troy. So the daycare, it's called New Horizons Daycare, is going to take the 2 lots on the east side. And imagine the parking lot will be in the north third, the building will be in the middle third, and the playground will be in the south third of those 2 lots. Then Christian Brothers enters from the private drive, and Take 5 enters from their private drive, 2 access points on both ends. So there's actually great, I think, really good circulation in this area. So, and Councilman Stroike, so Ladera is all zoned regional commercial. And so we don't have a residential zoning, even though in our sketch plan we put potential for residential there. My team asked me to throw darts into the future and guess what's going to go places, so we guessed that residential was going to go there. I don't know if residential will end up going there or if it'll all be commercial. So that's part of the nice part about regional commercial is it can fit within the umbrella that regional commercial covers, if that makes sense. So just like I didn't know what was going to go on the south end, turned out the residential, the senior housing and the fitness is going to go down there. But we're throwing darts here, trying to guess what the users are going to be. But I think the residential, if it comes to be, will fit within this. A lot of more than likely it'll be multifamily. And multifamily is used to being next to commercial. It's kind of intended to be next to commercial.
Yeah, I
Yes.
have a question for you, Grant.
Sure.
Since you described roughly the layout of the daycare facility with the parking lot to the north, the building sort of in the center, and outdoor play area, presumably fenced in.
Yep.
To the south. So wouldn't that suggest traffic flow coming down that road and entering into the parking lot off the road, not necessarily off the north-south private drive?
Right now, their access point actually comes off of the private drive into, it'd be kind of a
okay,
U-shaped
so it would
parking
come
lot.
down
Yep.
in.
Yeah, kind of a U-shaped parking lot on the private drive is the site plan we've seen.
And so far, we've had a pre-application meeting with them, and we gave them some feedback, so it hasn't gone through.
I was just
been
thinking if
applied,
they
so
were coming in
hasn't gone through a review yet.
from the north into the parking lot, it would perhaps avoid any conflict with the other 2 businesses if they, came straight in and then directly into their lot off of that upper road where you wouldn't have cars, trying to turn in a couple
crisscrossing.
different directions.
Yeah.
It just might yield better traffic flow.
We're happy to talk to them about it and try and come to a conclusion. But I just wanted to clear up that, the idea of these combined uses and having automotive in this area works really well. Across the street, we're going to have grocery and then, the sporting goods. So the commercial mixed use development, and this is part of having a mixed use development, is you have these mix of uses.
Notice he said grocery
Little hints.
and.
Any other
sporting
questions?
goods.
Happy
So
to answer.
Can I?
excuse me,
Sure.
I'm sorry.
I was going to ask questions.
No, is the Christian Brothers conditional use, or has that already been approved?
No, that, you're gonna hear, 2 from now, I think, or, yeah.
Yep.
That's I think the last of these 3 items that you're gonna hear tonight.
They're batting
Which is-
third in the lineup.
They're, yes, they are at the very end of these 3 items.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Grant. Troy, I just want to make sure. So I know staff does a great job reviewing these, and I'm supportive. And I know we can probably address some of these items during the building and the site plan review, but as staff, you guys are obviously considering exhaust for the childcare property, right? As you
Sorry, say that-
exhaust, like all the vehicles coming
the
through,
exhaust.
right? That's the screening. That's what you guys are considering as part of this with the screening,
Yeah,
and everything that you guys
part
are
of it,
doing.
right, and
Right.
the visual is primarily, yeah. the
Okay, because I was just,
consideration.
yeah, we've got the street, but when we think about this, do we have any concerns? Like, I know we talked about, I think the applicant said, you know, they have clean, efficient operations, no underground pits. Do we have anything else concerns? 'Cause I think we have in here our conditional use where we talk about health and safety. I think it said in this, not adversely affect surrounding properties. So did you have any findings or any concerns around oil chemical, floor drains, waste oil storage, anything like that, right? Like,
Right.
because we've got the daycare going in,
Yeah,
did staff have any of those concerns?
And that did come up at Planning Commission as well, and as the applicants were more qualified to answer that than me, but they chimed in as far as the, you know, the federal regulations are pretty stringent as far as that goes, and way more than our local regulations with regard to that, and it sounds like the federal government's pretty stringent on those kind of dangers being, you know, completely mitigated or reduced beyond what our local regulations would require.
Go ahead, yeah. Go.
Yes, I'll just echo that. I mean, we meet and exceed all federal regulations, environmental, air quality, storage, disposal, recycling, all that.
Perfect. Yeah, I know that's the one thing that we have that condition on, so I just want to make sure we're feeling good there, and I'm supportive of it, so thank you. Council, any other questions? All right, do I have where we pull up the motion so I can?
As a reminder, yeah, we've got 2 conditions that we're
conditions.
suggesting that you impose on this approval.
No. So, do we have a motion to approve resolution number 48, series 2026, a resolution to approve the conditional use permit along with the 2 conditions as listed for the landscaping development site plan application. The application supplies a landscape screening along the east side property edge, including the evergreen trees or appropriate plant material to provide year-round visual screening. And condition number 2, on the traffic report to be submitted as part of the upcoming site plan application, the applicant shall provide a comparison of peak AM, PM trips to the Ladera Master TIS report and a comparison of the total daily trips to Ladera Master TIS report. Did I do that right, Carolyn?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. All right. Do I have a motion?
All that, so moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion?
I'll just share that. I mean, I think it was a very thorough presentation. Sounds like you guys have your P's and Q's together when it comes to doing things the right way, meeting all the requirements, especially exceeding what we normally would from what Troy was saying, our town requirements. I think it meets all the standards. I do highly recommend the 2 conditions, especially the landscaping to guide in between. Hopefully that extra space you have in that lot, you can get creative with some natural area too to act as a better buffer as well, even between you and the other potential lot, and just make, you know, all the residents. I do like the fact that this is kind of grouped. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but all the automotive are kind of grouped in the same corner together for logistical purposes as well. So I'm in favor of it.
Yeah, I think it meets the criteria, and it looks like it's an appropriate use, so.
This is a tough one for me, and I appreciate staff exhaustive presentation, and as well as the proposers, the applicants. One of my concerns is, one, this is not as what I envision in terms of a huge revenue gain for the town. Typically, these types of businesses do not produce the kind of sales tax that retail operations would. So I have concerns about that. The other major concern, and this is not specific to the conditional use permit, so permit me to, speak to it, even though it probably doesn't have any relevance to the approval of this permit. But we're quickly becoming just like every other town in northern Colorado in terms of its developments, and it concerns me. And we're not going to be able to compete with Fort Collins. We're not going to be able to compete with Loveland. So the way to compete with them is to be unique, and I think we're quickly losing that uniqueness. And unfortunately, this kind of mix of businesses, I think, speak to that. I went to the Rocky Mountain Real Estate Challenge that Ladera put on, and I was very impressed. That's the kind of development that I think can make Timnath unique. I realize that these are tough times, and you have to modify plans to make things work, and that's just the reality of things. I'm just concerned that if we were a little more visionary, futuristic, and I'm not talking about the developer, I'm talking about the town itself. This is one of the reasons why we need somebody on staff who knows economic development, that can help the developer and businesses that want to establish, and that we can create a vision where we do become a town where people want to reside and not simply get off, the exit and spend, 20, 30 minutes here and move on. So I have huge concerns, and unfortunately, there's really not much I can do about it. So suffice it to say, I'll have to, vote to approve. I wish there were some other conditions here, but I don't think it's in anybody's, high in their priority list.
I mean, yeah, I get your point, but I'll also say that, we have 12,000 plus residents and growing, and everybody's got to change the oil in their vehicles. And from a car wash perspective, it's well documented that car washes are environmentally much more friendly than washing the car in your front yard or in your driveway, unless you do it on the grass. In fact, the last place I lived, it was illegal to do so in your driveway. So I get your point, but I think these services are also things that our citizens want in the town. And if they don't have them here, they're going to go to another town to get them, whether it's Windsor or Fort Collins or Loveland. So, yeah, so I get your point, and hopefully there will be some uniqueness in in the way Ladera is built out when it's finished. And I did spend time as a judge for the real estate challenge, and there were some really exciting plans there, which I hope come to fruition within Ladera. So I'll be voting to approve this.
Based on the review criteria and the conditions tonight, I will be voting to approve this tonight. As a member of this council, I continue to look at our strategic plan of what do we look to the future of Timnath for, and I think we want to provide services for people at all stages of their life, for all careers, for everything that they do. And I think that this is a part of services that we need, and I will be voting in approval of it tonight. So all those in favor of resolution number 48, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Resolution number 49, Series 2026, a resolution to approve the conditional use permit for Timnath Ladera Express Car Wash Auto Spa. Roy.
Let me jump into 49. This is across the street to the north west of the last site. This is just south of Flora and Decor on the intersection of Whitesell and I forget the name of that street. Luna Vista. We went through a couple iterations of this site layout. It was part of the DRC that staff is just invited to. We don't have any authority in that. But then we also went through a pre-application meeting with the development team on this, and figuring out where exactly to put the building as far as like looking at the land use code and what does the land use code sort of guide us to do, and having frontage along the arterial for commercial buildings is something that the land use code really has a lot of language that sort of pushes the design to kind of go that direction. So we ended up with suggesting they put the building there, and it seems like it works pretty well. The only thing we sort of came up with, and I'm going to switch to the landscape plan, in the same criteria. So this is this has got the same general criteria as all conditional uses, which is where the landscape enhancement comes from, and also the traffic condition came from. Staff really felt that the view from the intersection where you're kind of seeing the exit of the people coming out of the tunnel of the car wash was really kind of the one portion of this where that landscape screening maybe should be beefed up. So when we get to the condition, we're really talking about that area in view of like just that door of the vehicles exiting, where that arrow is on the north side of the building. We can come back to that if anybody's got more specific questions on that, but I just wanted to kind of jump into also the building elevations. I know this went through several iterations at that design review committee as well, and they have quite a few different views and renderings that I'll kind of go through. We can come back to them if you'd like, but this is sort of the view of the area where we're saying we would like a little bit more visual screening of at least the view from this intersection of that kind of exit of the car wash. But having the facade that faces the street, that seems really appropriate as far as commercial frontage along the arterial street. And they had a few more views site. We can come back to any of those if you have any more questions on those. But Again, we're back to these, the overall conditions on the left, and then the specific conditions of the use on the right. Specific conditions are different than the last, one. This is the car wash conditions. They really talk about stacking primarily, and they have plenty of stacking. And then it also talks about a Harmony corridor, which this isn't within. So really the ones we honed in on as far as our review go back to the overall conditions on the left. And we honed in on the same ones as we did on the last project that you saw a minute ago. The landscape screening, and then also the traffic impact condition as well, which is the item B2 and E. And so again, with that, the town council can use those specific criteria as a guidance. And in this case, the car wash criteria are being met. And so with that, we recommend approval. Staff does with the same two conditions as the last conditional approval that you just heard.
Do we have an applicant presentation
and the
tonight?
applicant does here to present as well.
Can you hear me? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good evening to the City Council. My name is Alan Jacob. I am with Car Wash Pro Designers. We're consultants for clients who seek to build car washes in certain communities. We like to refer to them as express auto spas now. We are a trailblazer in car wash design. We've been in the business for over 30 years. We're changing the landscape of what these buildings look like. I think there, are the renderings in here?
The elevations?
Yes.
Yeah. Whoops, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the stop button. Whoops. That was easy. All right, let me go to those. Yeah, you want the 3D rendering? Just tell me to stop when you're ready.
That one there.
That one, okay.
So car washes, as you know, from years and years of traveling to them, they used to have an industrial look to them. We've changed that. We're trying to make them look more like modern day banks or soft retail places. So less industrial look and a greater green footprint. We advise our clients to add as much landscape as they possibly can to beautify the property. And in this case, we have a very large green footprint here. We also advise our clients to use plant-based soaps, not chemical soaps. Most chemicals come with MSDS sheets, which are now known as SDS sheets, safety data sheets, used by OSHA to determine whether or not material is hazardous or not. And all of our SDS sheets that we recommend our clients to use are plant-based marine safe soaps. The applicant is a Colorado resident. He lives near Boulder, so he's not from out of state. He's a local person, and he's hands-on. He wants to be involved in the operation of this business, so it's not going to be a build it and leave it, let it run itself. This will be one of only 2 express touchless car washes. What that means is it's an express wash, meaning it's an automated wash with a touchless option. So you can select the touchless option at the pay station canopy. Why that's important is because a lot of new vehicles now apply ceramic coating to the paint to protect it from chips and rocks and debris that may fly in the street. And one of the first things that the person applying the ceramic tells them is do not go through a friction wash because it'll render the ceramic useless. So it's a unique and a different approach to a car wash operation. We will definitely meet the 2 conditions that Troy mentioned, one of them being the Ladera TIS. The Ladera TIS has a budgeted traffic generation, and we will be within that traffic generation, even given the AM/PM peak hour use of the car wash. This will add, obviously, property tax once it's developed to the town, and And I believe it may be subject to a special tax based on revenue, even though it's a service. So with that, I'll turn it over to the city council for any questions. And I have one other staff member here by the name of Nick Spallone, who will answer any questions I cannot.
Thank you, Mr. Jacob. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Just
Mr.
to correct the record, you know, we do luxury wash designs, but Ladera, under their DCR, did, you know, guide our creative direction here, and this is, you know, the byproduct of what Ladera thinks this building should look like if it's going to be in their development.
Thank you. All right. Before we do questions, we'll do public comment. Nobody signed up. Do we have anybody in the audience that wants to do public comment? Nobody. Questions?
Yeah, I have a couple. So could you talk a little bit about water use? Do you recycle your water? Do you filter it with the water that does get used? If it's not recycled, how is it disposed of? Does it go into the sewer system? So there's the water use issue, and then secondly, with regard to filtering and the soaps, et cetera, could you talk about those impacts as well?
To go from the latter, you know, we do go through an EPA approval process.
Right.
One of the requirements in any wash is to have an oil separator and a debris separator. So all the byproducts of the wash, even though we may be plant-based, that's safe for aquatic life, you're still rinsing off what may be on the vehicle from just road debris. So we take all of the solids and the oils and we separate them into, you know, an oil and heavy solid separator. And they get contained, and then the clean water gets pushed out. Now, to go to your first part of the question, we do not recycle, and there's two reasons why we don't recycle. We have figured out a way, if you look at any of these infomercials where somebody takes, you know, a wand and connects it to their garden hose and it turns automatically into a power washer, and you're thinking about, where's the engine, right? So what we do is we introduce air with water and push it through a really fine point to give it the appearance as if there's more volume. In our facilities, I think you mentioned, you know, you had a state where they banned car washes from driveway use, right? So a typical driveway, you're anywhere from 70 to 100 gallons per vehicle. Our wash is anywhere from 10 to 30. So that water that gets used with the soaps that we put on, any, you know, salts or sands get put into a pit. The pit takes the hard pieces, goes into a drain, and from the drain it goes into a triple basin, and from the triple basin it goes out to sanitary.
Thank you.
Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple things. One, I think appearance-wise, I think it looks great. I think it definitely fits mold. You know, I see a trend here with more upscale, non-industrial. Are there other locations that are similar that you've built in and around northern Colorado that you can reference, or is this going to be the kind of the first of its kind?
So this version will be the first of the kind. As I said before, you know, we love to take the credit for this. All we did was take Ladera's guidance. I wouldn't be shocked if they're positioning themselves to purchase this because we literally designed it exactly the way they wanted it. And that's just, you know, comedy on my side, really bad. But we do high end. We're putting one up in Aurora, Colorado that resembles the building that we initially approached Ladera with. And although it's a very upscale building, they really wanted this to fit the look of this overall site.
And then, I mean, as far as fitting, you know, a niche, I think Bill, you know, talked about it earlier, you know, mentioning, you know, car washes, and we've been hitch car washes. We've got one across the street, I'm sure, as you pulled in. You know, you don't need one every couple feet, but this is a completely different ball game, as you mentioned, with the touchless, right? I don't
Big
think
time.
there's one within 10 miles of here. There might be one in Fort Collins that actually does that.
Under an Express, there's one other one that's going up, and it's in Aurora.
Yeah.
You do have gas station versions.
Yep.
You can do a
Right,
hand
right,
wash. Yeah.
Right. How many cars do you anticipate going through this a day?
So there was a performa generated for the site, and taking in weather and so on and so forth, I think the yearly average hovered somewhere around 375 to 385 a day.
A day.
Now, you will have some days where everything lines up. It snowed and, you know, there was a fire and ash hit the cars and everything lined up, and you may have a 1,500 car day. But the average is somewhere around 400.
Oh, yeah, certainly if this design rendering proves to be what ends up being built, it's certainly, you know, very attractive, and I can relate to the, you know, the touchless car wash. I had a vehicle with a coating that really limited my options. So I think that, you know, given that we've already approved a similar conditional use, this certainly meets and exceeds, you know, what my, you know, concerns might be with regard to what you've.
And I don't know about the one next door, but we also have a belt-driven conveyor and not a track. So it sits on, you know, like a moving driveway. So there's no metal rails as well.
Okay, thank you.
Other question. Do you do an underbody wash?
Yes.
As well?
Yes.
Troy, I've got a couple questions for you. In the packet, did we have hours of operations? And is this the appropriate time to talk about that?
There was a narrative that I included in the packet.
Did I miss that?
Maybe the applicant would know offhand, but I think whatever they said in the narrative is what I included. I don't remember the answer.
Maybe I missed that.
So typically in the summertime, we run from 8 to 8, and in the wintertime, we are 8 to 6. Follow kind of the sun. Sundays are 9 to 5.
Another question too, a lot of car washes have excessive lighting. So thoughts on, and maybe Ladera has requirements as well as that, you know, bright neons, flashing, the whole 9 yards. I'm assuming based on hours and times, what will that look like on a nighttime basis?
So the building itself, none of the foot candles will exceed the lot lines. That any lot lights, any of the canopy lights.
You have a night shot.
There we go.
Yeah. I don't know what's lighting the street up there, but our lighting will have 0 foot candles on the lot lines. Now, what you're referring to is inside the tunnel, there might be on an arch a blinking light. And typically, we use that to let the client know that if they purchased a higher, believe it or not, I didn't even know people paid attention to this until you don't do it, and then they're like, why didn't I get it? But the lights really indicate that you're getting something because you're not allowed to use the wiper blades. And you're kind of going through the wash and this is happening, so you'll get a light. You're now getting this, you'll get a light. You're now getting this, you'll get a light. So lower tier washes will have less lights. Higher tier washes will have more lights.
But during, when hours are not happening, it's 8:05, those lights aren't flashing and blinking and staying neon the whole time.
No, when the facility is closed, all the tunnel lights are down.
Just the can lights.
Correct. All the outside lights.
Troy, you spoke to this in the Ladera standards. There will not be outside kind of, what do we call those? Squid lights, anything like those on this building, or is that something we address at those points in that
Yeah,
process?
the site plan review, we will review against all of both the PDO overlay and the land use code, but yeah, I'm not
make sure
thinking
we're-
that there's an opportunity for a lot of, like, blinking and that sort of
Just don't
stuff
know if
on
we
the
put that as a
exterior.
conditional use. Like, I'm not saying, I look at this and I'm fine with it, but
Yeah,
we've
so,
obviously
and
been
we'll,
through this before.
and that's always the question is, like, if it's already addressed in the land use code, do we need a condition that restates that? And we'll come to that on the next project that we're talking about in the next one. But yeah, I think what we've got in the code and the PD overlay is going to prevent the impact that you're alluding to already.
Okay. I'm hopeful, right?
I'm hopeful too.
The other one that I've heard, maybe the applicant can address this. What do we expect for like the vacuum noise, like the dryer and the vacuum noise?
So the vacuums themselves are contained within their own housing, and then there's a muffler that gets put on top of it. So the sound, the only thing that you would hear from this system is when you actually pull the vacuum out of the holster and you bring it into the car, you'll hear a but then once you're in the car, you don't hear it, and then when you're outside of the car and it's plugged in, you won't hear it. But when you get to a certain feet away, the ambient noise from a vehicle crossing is somewhere around 78 decibels. This will hover around 5 or 10 within 5 feet.
Okay.
The road noise would be louder than, we don't use, you go to a gas station, you see the big canister ones, you pop the coins in. Ours is central vac. So the actual motor itself is enclosed. I don't know if you have a site plan you might be able to show where we have. So if you look at the top set of, go back one more. If you look at the top set of vacuums, you see the enclosure to the right of the top set of vacuums.
Yep.
That will actually house one of the units, and then that other row that's closest to the building, the physical unit will be in the equipment room inside the building.
And that, looking at that, I'm sorry, that is the private drive up there that's behind it? Is that right?
That's the exit, so you have the exit of the wash.
Mm-hmm.
So people will traverse throughout the building, through the exit of the wash, and then those are the vacuums within that kind of center area. I don't know the best way to point at.
Is that right, Charlie? Is that the private drive behind it where they're coming in and out of there?
No, the private drive is all the way on the left.
So it's a driveway there's just, you're talking about the
Yeah.
left with the arrows on it?
Yeah, so they're coming in through the top, right?
Right, they're coming into the site on a driveway that's specific to this site, right? As opposed to
Okay,
a private drive that's shared by other users.
okay.
Now, if you
within
look at
this-
that private drive and you go all the way to the right of it, you'll see a little enclosure that says proposed.
Yep.
Yeah, for that row, that condenser will be put into that building, and then the row below it to the south that condenser will actually be inside the building.
Okay, and I'm sorry to back up here, and I'm just thinking about noise, because we've been through this process again. But if I'm looking at this and I see Whitesville there, where is the daycare at this point? And how far away?
Yeah, so Whitesville, right directly across the street from this, across Whitesville, will be the next proposal of the Christian Brothers, which is directly north of the Take 5 that we just heard. Okay. And directly east of that is the daycare. So there's basically Whitesville and another row of lots and then the daycare.
Perfect, so we're not gonna hear at 8 AM in the morning or nap time about vacuum noise from.
It sounds like you wouldn't.
No,
I'm just saying, you know.
You will not hear that 100% beyond the lot lines.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't know. I wanted to make sure, so I think, lights and noise are something that comes with it. So I appreciate it, thank you.
And the lights, just to reiterate, all the traffic lights or the parking lot lights on the outside will have 0-foot candles. The lights that Jeremy was referring to inside the tunnel would only go off when the vehicles are going through the tunnel itself. They're only activated when a car passes through a certain spot.
I think those are my questions. Thank you, sir. Do you have
Yeah, I didn't see any signage on the building at all, or
Yeah,
it
that's,
looked like
so
there was
that's
maybe something
down
in
the road
front
on the
that
review.
could
Yeah.
be signage, but
And, and so Ladera has a,
signage standards.
signage package that is under review right now. If you recall, you all as council approved the process to approve a signage package, and subsequently Ladera applied for that, and it's under review currently, and it'll be
'Cause,
coming
I mean,
forward.
the
soon, I
Take
think.
Five had their logo on the
Yeah.
building in multiple locations.
Right, and we didn't ask them to show signage yet at this point. Take Five chose to show it, and I think the car wash just didn't yet. But it's part of the future review cycles. Yeah.
Any other questions, council? All right. Do you mind bringing that back up, Troy?
Which
The motion with the conditions, please.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Do I have a motion to approve this resolution, number 49, series 2026, resolution to approve the conditional use permit for the Timnath Ladera Express Car Wash Auto Spa with the conditional use permits with the following conditions on the landscape plan for the upcoming development site plan application. The applicant shall provide landscape screening along the northeast corner of the property, including evergreen trees or appropriate plant material to provide year-round visual screening. Condition number 2, on the traffic report to be submitted as part of the upcoming site plan application, the applicant shall provide a comparison of peak AM/PM trips to Ladera Master TIS report and a comparison of the total daily trips to Ladera Master TIS report. Motion.
So moved.
Have a second. Discussion.
No, I just expressed my same concerns, but obviously, I think this is a much better proposal. I might suggest another business that you might want to visit and provide your consulting services, because you did an excellent job of, covering all the concerns that the council had.
Yeah, I would actually echo, that was my take on it. One, I think as a car geek, that does get ceramic coating and doesn't like the brushes on there, or at least the guy that has to fix the ceramic coating on the cars that I put on there. It's fulfilling a need that we don't have. I think the design aesthetics, kudos to the Ladera team for holding you guys to that and designing something that looks really good down there. I had some of the same exact concerns with the noise, but I do use the car wash across the street. The vacuums past the 5 feet from your car, you don't really hear them, so I'm not too concerned. I think that lot too, I think to the north is more floor and decor, so it's even more away than the other ones. I think you have done an extensive job of meeting the parameters. My only concern would be that whoever these folks are that you're giving the recommendations to, because I know that you specifically said, well, we recommend that they actually do it, versus just you recommending them and then they use high chemicals. So hopefully they fulfill their requirements and take your advice of using true less harmful products when it comes to that, which it sounds like you guys have that pretty well nailed down. So but that can't be controlled ultimately. We're voting on what this is, but hopefully you guys are leading the way with that type of stuff. So I think it's a great looking product, and I think it fits the need.
Yeah, I'm excited about the touchless aspect. I currently wash my vehicle in my driveway because I can't use the other facilities. So maybe this one will work.
Based on everything that was presented tonight and the applicant's presentation, I'm going to be voting in favor of it tonight. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, nay, or say nay. All right, we've got resolution number 50, series 2026. Resolution to approve the conditional use permit for Christian Brothers Automotive. Roy.
Okay, yes, I had these slides out of order, so I just had to back up to get to this one. That's what I was just doing there. Okay, Christian Brothers Automotive. This is directly east across Weitzel Street from the car wash that you just heard, and directly north of the Take 5. This, again, to the east on the right-hand side, across that private drive would be the future daycare. They've provided this landscape plan, and again, we're recommending the same condition that we had on Take 5 to the south, specific to screening because of the daycare next door. Again, we're proposing the same condition about the traffic impact study compliance that we did on the previous two. So I just want to kind of go through a couple of things. So yeah, the elevations went again through the design review committee, and so did the site plan layout. Originally, the building was not along the street when the first iteration we saw, and we sort of worked through some feedback, both through pre-application, and we did a conceptual review, and then we also did the DRC through Ladera. So we've seen this a few times, just to give them some feedback on the various portions of the site layout as well as the building. I think it's come a long way since the first time we saw it, and we really wanted the frontage along Weitzel to be something where the garage doors are not facing the Weitzel view, but the back of the building that is articulated is facing Weitzel. So what you're seeing in the center stripe of these renderings is the view along Weitzel, and then the top view is the view internal to the lot. We thought it was important to have those garage doors kind of facing internally. But what that did was they're facing the private drive that is across the street from the daycare, and thus our suggested condition on the enhanced landscaping for screening. The Planning Commission heard this last week, and they recommended a third condition. And that condition is, I wrote it down and repeated it, and this is what they said the condition would be: the applicant will work with staff to ensure that adequate parking is provided for the use at site development, at development site plan review. And so you'll see that's Planning Commission's recommendation. Staff's recommendation still remains just the two that we said, and I wanted to go into why I said that, or why that's our stance. Is we think the land use code already says almost exactly what the condition says. So if you look at table 5.6, which is the first bullet item below, under the use of motor vehicle service and repair, in table 5.6, it goes through the office and reception area portion of an auto repair is one space per 400 square feet, but then the remainder where the service is done, it just basically says that adequate parking is provided for the vehicle storage. Now, by vehicle storage, what our interpretation is that customers that come and leave their vehicle to be serviced, they're storing that vehicle. It's not overnight. They don't do that overnight here, and we've talked a lot about that. But for the day, they show up and then they store their vehicle until they get to it. And then later in the day, they come and they pick it up. And so adequate parking for vehicle storage, we think is, at least staff thinks, is the same thing as what the condition that Planning Commission recommends is. And so our recommendation basically stays the same as what we recommended for the other two projects without this third one, only because we think that it's already covered. And so I wanted to kind of dive into what does adequate parking mean, right? So let's talk first about what they're proposing. So they're proposing 32 parking spaces. Their building is 6,800 square feet as proposed, 800 of which is the reception area, and 6,000 of which is the automotive service portion where the work is being done. And so if you apply our code, they need 2 spots for the 800 square feet of the office in the reception area, and then they'd need what is adequate parking? But what they're proposing is 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet, or another way to look at that is 3 spaces per bay. So you've got 3 customers that might come and be on site at the same time for every one of the bays that they have. So we looked at, well, what do the surrounding communities do? Is this reasonable? Looked at Fort Collins, Loveland, Windsor, and Longmont just to kind of see, well, what are they doing? Fort Collins says you have to have at least 2 per 1,000 square feet, but no more than 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet. Loveland says there's a minimum of 3.3 spaces that you need per 1,000 square feet of this use, but there's no maximum specified in their code. Windsor is very similar to our code, it's just based on, what is the demand. You need to minimally have at least whatever the demand is, and then you've got to sort of do what we're doing to figure out what that is. and then Longmont, they don't require you to have any parking, but you can't have any more than 5 spaces per 1,000 for this use. So what applicants are proposing is, and this is not part of this approval other than to say, are they meeting these any applicable conditions for the conditional use? This will come up at the time of site plan, and thus this is why I guess we thought it was redundant to from a staff recommendation to forward or to say staff recommends the condition the Planning Commission did, only because it's almost identical to what the code already says. But I thought it might be useful for us to kind of dive into what are the communities doing, just to the extent that that's relevant in your considerations for this conditional use. But just to reiterate, that issue is more of a site plan approval issue than it is a conditional use. It just came up in the conversation at the Planning Commission hearing. One of the commissioners was thinking, well, gosh, I've gone to the Windsor version of the Christian Brothers Automotive, and it seemed like there wasn't enough parking, and so that was kind of the crux of the recommendation at Planning Commission. But in any case, that is sort of the follow-up on that analysis for that suggested condition. Moving on, again, we've got the same review criteria for the conditional use of the overall conditions on the left, and then the same ones that Take 5 had, because they're both motor vehicle minor repair. And again, we honed in on the same ones that we did for Take 5, which are really on the left, the condition B2 on the landscape and screening, and the condition E on the no significant traffic issues. again, the council can use these specific criteria in making this decision. And with that, staff recommends these two conditions. And again, I can go back to the Planning Commission's recommendation of a few slides back as well, if you're inclined to also impose that condition. And with that, I think we can see if the applicant might want to make a presentation.
Thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you, Troy. And thank you, council, for having us out tonight. My name's Cameron Mullins. I'm with Galloway and Company. We're the engineer on this project, working with Christian Brothers. I have Latoya Moten with me. She is Christian Brothers representative. And we have Jeffrey Oder, who's our project engineer. Not a ton to add. Christian Brothers does accept the proposed conditions, the two up on the screen. And they're looking forward to becoming a member of the community here in Timnath. And we are ready for any questions that you guys have.
All right, we'll do public comment before we do questions here. I don't have anybody signed up. Is there anybody in the audience that wants to do public comment? Seeing none, we'll move into questions.
Yeah, so is there anything that prevents storage of customer vehicles outside of the building overnight?
Yes, we had, I'm trying to remember where that was, but they've committed, at least in their narrative, to, when that happens, pulling those vehicles inside for the night. Can you elaborate on that?
And the reason I'm concerned is, one, having vehicles out in the parking lot, obviously, so there's the possibility of break-ins and the need for more policing. So I would hope that customer vehicles would never be left outside overnight, outside of business hours.
Thank you. I'm Latoya Moten with Christian Brothers. Yes, we utilize the bays for customer vehicles. The only time we may have a car overnight if someone drops it off after business hours. And we're open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. If it's an early morning appointment and they want to drop it off and put the key in a lockbox, that's the only time. But we utilize the bays for customer storage.
I presume you have a key drop or something like that, so they could drop it off the day before and it could sit there overnight.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
So that was my thought was the same. I'm looking at this too, and although I don't ever want to over parking lot anything, am I right? 32 parking spots?
32, yeah.
You have 9 bays, which means a minimum of 9.
10.
10 bays?
10 bays.
You have 2 people up front, 10 people working, maybe more if there's parts runners or anything else. So you're starting out with 20 available spots, maybe less. If anybody decides to leave, which I'm going to do that next week with one of my cars, I'm going to drop it off the night before because I don't have the ability to get it there for the 9 a.m. meeting to get a ride home. You got more than half the spots taken. If you have any waiters, I could see where Planning Commission would have a potential issue with needing more parking spots for this type of arrangement, considering the extensive offerings. I mean, Christian Brothers does great work. And with the plethora of services they offer, some of them being engine repair that tends to fill up a bay for maybe a day or two or a week, depending on parts or whatever it may be. So I do kind of share the same concerns. I think the design aesthetics are great. I think the rest of it, I do appreciate the same 2 conditions, but I wouldn't be opposed to potentially looking at more parking or hearing or seeing, you know, opinions of the Windsor location or Fort Collins locations where that's never been an issue. If there's ways to look into that, but starting the day off with half the parking spots being taken up doesn't leave much room for any people waiting. And if there's 10 bays and you have somebody waiting to get in each bay, almost all your spots are full.
You do have 10 parking spots in the building as well.
No, I get it, but you got 10 people in that building that are working in each one of those.
Yeah.
And then if you have anybody wait, I mean, it might not be an issue and make, prove us that it's not type thing, but I could see where that would be a concern.
Any questions or comments, Dennis?
Yeah, actually, this is not particularly relevant, but it's, I have to comment, and I hope we change this requirement. And it has to do with EV charges. You know, Christian Brothers is not going to get an EV vehicle unless they're changing tires. But are we requiring low-level EV charges?
We
Because
would be at the time of site plan review, so we haven't got that far in the site plan
Yeah.
review
Okay.
and comments yet.
So,
but
yeah.
Commercial uses do require a certain amount of EV, either EV capable or EV charging stations. It depending on, well, we would apply that at the site plan review. So
Yeah.
I'm not 100% clear at the moment with how many that equates to, but
So,
we'd certainly review that.
in the future, just, I mean, and it's not relevant to your application, I apologize, but I just have to make the comment. You know, for us to require those at businesses, I think it makes absolutely no sense at all. Because, you know, especially in a place where you spend 20 minutes, what are you going to get? You know, a millisecond of energy. And, you know, so I don't think it makes sense. The other thing that we have to change is notification property owners within 500 feet. Who was that? You know, nobody. We have to extend
Well,
our
Florida
notice.
Core got a letter.
We have to extend our notification, so.
Well, there was a couple of
apologize,
ones. I think In-N-Out Burgers and EQ Barbecue got a letter too, and Respite Care. Other than that, I think you're right. But Scott has whispered to me a reminder that also there's a recently adopted, I think you all adopted it in 2025, part of the building code revisions, as independent of what the land use code says about EV charging. The building code requires a certain number of EV capable spots. So whether, you know, not necessarily that they're up and functional today, but that the infrastructure when they build a parking lot has a certain number of EV capable with the, you know, the conduit and the sizing of all of the infrastructure to allow that to happen in the future.
Yeah, I would just like to see, I mean, with this huge development, it makes more sense to have a fast charger, you know, capability. In fact, it would attract people off the freeway. I've, you know, driven cross country, and I can't tell you how many times I have to drive 20 miles off a freeway to charge my EV. I would hope that we would try and encourage that in these kinds of developments, not specific again to your application.
Can I ask the applicant, maybe you guys can speak to, we've made some assumptions about staffing. Can you speak to maybe some of that and what that looks like? With the bays and everything that we're seeing, can you speak to how many spots will go to staff?
We usually have about 8 to 10 employees, including the franchisee. They're local.
And that's just every day?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you speak, well, and I'll ask, can you speak to any of your other locations like Windsor or Fort Collins? Do you know how many spots are there and where do those employees park?
Brand-wise, it's usually 8 to 10 employees per location.
Okay.
Each location is different as far as parking spots. We try to get as much as we're allowed, but sometimes, like, code, ordinance, setbacks, things. It just kind of depends. Like some sites we have 43 because the lot is larger. Some sites we're at 30. 30 is our minimum. We won't get a site if we can't get at least 30.
So 30 is the minimum.
Yeah.
And kind of speaking to your business, is there a natural flow of business that would be busy times, weekends?
We're closed on the weekends.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, sorry, I didn't read that.
7
in there.
a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through
So,
Friday.
Kind of speaking to that, like, if people are trying to leave their cars and they're doing the drop off or anything like that, is there anything as you notice as your business where their parking spots do become tight? Do you notice it first thing in the morning when you have employees showing up? Do you notice it late in the day? Or is it just throughout that parking can become tight?
I think it kind of depends on the location. I can't really just say.
It's just location based. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you so much.
Yeah. With regard to the parking issue, the 32 is not set in stone at this point.
No,
That's subject to,
right.
it's subject to
Site plan review.
Site plan review,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah, so I did that research today in response to just being able to explain the condition that Planning Commission imposed or recommended to impose in
Yeah,
the
so-
context of what other communities are doing.
I mean, to their point, this is only 2 above their minimum, and it looks like there's, room to add additional parking spaces in the site plan review here.
Well, and there's a certain amount of landscaping required, which we haven't reviewed because this is conditional use. So, if I know that the topic came up at Planning Commission that why don't you maybe do less landscaping at the top of the picture and provide a few more parking spaces, and whether or not they could do that and still meet landscape requirements wasn't really part of this review, so, because it hasn't gone through the site plan review yet.
Right. But,
So
it
maybe they
could
could squeeze
also-
more on this site, maybe they couldn't. That's yet to be kind of hammered out when we go to the detailed
Right,
review.
and the number of bays could change too, in the site
that's
plan review
That's a
if
good
you
point,
need.
right. Yeah, if it couldn't
So-
fit with that number of bays, satisfy.
To be continued
that would
on
be-
parking.
Right.
Can I ask the applicant another question? Sorry. When you think about this, if we were to do a parking condition at this point, would you be opposed to it? I just want to ask the question as we're debating this as council. We said 32, would that be something you would be opposed to?
I'm sorry.
Would you be opposed to the condition of 32 parking spaces if that was an additional condition? Like, we've got the 2 conditions that are previously listed. Would you be opposed to moving forward with making sure there was at least 32?
We have 32.
Oh,
Well, they're proposing 32 but this is a conceptual site plan that's not been approved, right? So,
okay.
so long as they keep 32, then it would be consistent with the 5 spaces per 1,000 for the service part plus the 2 spaces for the 800 square feet. But I put on this slide again on the screen to maybe help with your thought process. The quote right under the title is what the Planning Commission recommended to add as a 3rd condition.
Okay.
Which
Thank
is
you.
very similar
Thank you.
to our parking code.
Okay.
Anyway.
And, sorry, I had that backwards. Do you see, are you guys okay with that 3rd condition? I just want to make sure they're okay.
The
Yeah.
code says adequate parking for
I'm just making sure if we, as we discuss it. Okay.
And ultimately, the planning commission would be the approving body for a site plan. So they'll see it again as well, yeah.
Do we have any other questions? Okay. All right. Do I have a motion? Here, do I have a motion to approve resolution number 50, series 2026? Resolution approve the conditional use permit for Christian Brothers Automotive with the, as read with the two conditions presented here. Do I need to read those, Carolyn, the two conditions?
Yes, please.
Thank you. With the two conditions on the landscaping plan for upcoming development site plan application, the application shall provide landscaping screening along the east property edge, including evergreen trees or appropriate plant material to provide year-round visual screening. On the traffic, condition number 2, on the traffic report to be submitted as part of the upcoming site plan application, the applicant shall provide a comparison of peak AM/PM trips to Ladera Master TIS report, and a comparison of the total daily trips to the Ladera Master TIS report.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Yeah, I think we've kind of gone over all of the criteria which they meet for conditional use, and staff has done a good job reviewing it. It's, in my mind, a service that is will be well received within the town of Timnath by its residents, and I'm in favor of it.
Yeah, I'll support this. You know, again, just restating my larger concern in terms of this isn't, even though it may be servicing our residents, it's not producing the types of sales tax revenue, particularly because this type of facility where the labor charges are separate and not subject to sales tax. So, but I will support it.
No, I think we've discussed it. I appreciate your guys' willingness to work with staff on just making sure that it's adequate for your customers and that it meets all the requirements.
For me, yeah, I support the planning commission's thoughts on it with the additional parking. These places can become really busy really fast. I hope we get another crack at this. I want to have staff and the planning commission take another look at this in terms of making sure we get the adequate parking for this. I do know that the one out in Windsor is really busy, so I do not want to have parking problems that we've had at other places. So if, I think Planning Commission's recommendation is right. Troy, I hear what you're saying. So I think coming to the site plan, I want to make sure that we absolutely get to the right amount of parking in this, and I will sit back and wait for that to come up. So I will support this tonight with the two conditions. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we have ordinance number 12, series 2026, an ordinance amending Article Articles 1 of Chapter 6 and 3 and 4 of Chapter 4 of the Town Municipal Court Code regarding licensing fees and taxing. Lisa.
Good evening. This is an ordinance that streamlines and aligns with the state in certain aspects, our sales tax and business license code. So some of the items that we're recommending changing to align with our current practices are to remove the peddler section and license. It's not something that we currently monitor. There is a separate solicitation code within the Town of Timnath code. Eliminate the temporary business license, and then just specifically call out that food trucks do require a business license. They are already remitting that. It's just clarifying that within the code. A couple of things to align with new state legislation is to clarify that software as a service is taxable, and then removing the vendor fee credit for early payment incentive. Those last two will increase our sales tax generation. The vendor fee is approximately $100,000 right now, and then the software as a service can't be quantified currently, but it's just clarifying that. We've had a lot of questions on whether that is taxable or not. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Oh, no. Sorry, we have public comment. Anybody in the audience? We don't have anybody signed up. Okay. Council questions. Seeing none, we'll do council questions. Okay.
So just for clarity, so my son's monthly rental for Microsoft Word at $9.95 will now be taxed at.
It will be a software as a service, yes.
Yeah, got it.
Any additional questions? Do I have a motion to approve ordinance number 12, series 2026, and ordinance amending articles 1 of chapter 6 and 3 and 4 of chapter 4 of the Town of Timnath Municipal Code regarding licensing fees and taxing?
So moved.
Have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Okay. All right, we are on to 8G, ordinance number 13, series 2026, an ordinance amending the municipal code regarding disposition of abandoned, unclaimed, and police-held property in accordance with state statutes. Carolyn.
Thank you. So we are amending our current code to make a couple of changes. First is to incorporate the revised Uniform Unclaimed Property Act, which until this House Bill 2512-24 had exempted political subdivisions. And now they removed the exemption, so we are subject to it. That applies to primarily monetary, intangible property with a small amount of tangible property if it's stored in a safe deposit box. So that shouldn't apply to us. So basically it just applies to monetary items that require, if they're unclaimed, so if there's a refund owed or there's somebody overpaid or for whatever reason that money is unclaimed, you have to go through a certain process, giving notice, and if it's still unclaimed, then you turn it over to the state. It gets put into the great Colorado Payback program where you can search online and recover those funds. The second thing is it allows the police chief to dispose of property without needing a council resolution every year. Arguably, we could have already done that, but we had the process of going through a resolution every year, so we wanted to clarify that. And that was a request of our new police chief to do that. We also made sure that everything was aligned with state statutes in terms of, they set forth primarily how you already dispose of hazardous property, how you dispose of drugs. So the police department's already going to be, complying with those statutes in terms of disposal of property. We did separate out the duties of the finance director versus the police department. we had in Chapter 1, Article 7, some items that related to the police department, like disposal of evidence or disposal of hazardous substances. Moved all those to the PD property in Chapter 10, Article 11, and instead, and also had it the flip way that if the PD has unclaimed property, that they can provide it to the finance director to dispose of if they end up having an auction to dispose of unclaimed property. And then there's a notice and then an online auction where they can dispose of property. Surplus property that's town-owned property can be disposed of as per the department heads feel appropriate if it's no longer needed. And those are the main changes. Yep. Okay, added a couple definitions to incorporate it, but those are the main changes. And then staff recommends a resolution to approve the ordinance amending the municipal code regarding disposition of abandoned, unclaimed, and police-held property in accordance with state statutes.
Thank you, Carolyn. Public comment? Have anybody signed up? Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to come forward? Okay, great. Okay, questions, council?
Just one quick question. So what kind of public notification is there required of unclaimed property?
Okay, so basically publishing in a newspaper with saying that there's a specific list available. Let's see. There's, okay, for not, this is separate from the stuff under the Uniform Act. And it says notice will be published once in a newspaper that contains a detailed list of articles of property. Oh, that you can get a detailed list from the finance department, and that the owner has 10 days to claim the property from the date of publication. There's also notice to the individual property owner before you even get to this point, to the extent you know who the property owner is.
So do we publish it on our website as well? Unclaimed property?
No, that's not in here right now. It could be part of the process. I'm going to let the finance director speak to that.
We haven't, but that could be a method that we use.
No, I would encourage that.
Mhm.
Good suggestion.
Actually, it says it could either be published one time or advertised on the town website. So those are the two options available.
Good suggestion. Any other thoughts, questions? All right, do you have a motion to approve last resolution of the evening, all the way at the back here? Ordinance number 13, series 2026, an ordinance amending the municipal code regarding disposition of abandoned, unclaimed, and police-held property in accordance with state statutes.
So moved.
A second. All right, any discussion, council? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any games? Hearing none. All right, council, we have come to the last item on our agenda. Anything else? Okay. Are adjourned.